Well, it's time for some Blue Crabs baseball on a terrific Thursday evening here in Southern Maryland as the Blue Crabs and the Legends, after a long time and a break trying to fix the field. You're originally supposed to start today's game at 5:30 p.m. It's 7:30 p.m. and finally here we are. We're ready to start some play. There is a bit of a field issue. We're going to go through that throughout the evening. It's right around shortstop position where Michael Baca is, and we're going to get to that a little bit later in this ballgame. We're going to bring you the Lexington starting lineup as we get underway. The first pitch from Mitch Lamson is a called strike, and the count, no balls and one strike on Swihart. We'll get you the Lexington starting lineup after this pitch. The 0-1, that is a little bit low. Count, 1 ball and 1 strike. It's Blake Swihart who leads things off. He's catching. Philip Urban bats second. He's in right field. Courtney Hawkins bats third and left. The 1-1, breaking ball, wave and a miss. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Blake Swihart. Isaias Tejada bats fourth. Montrell Marshall bats fifth. The 2-2 is up. The 1-2, I should say, is upstairs. Now the count is 2-2. Manuel Geraldo bats sixth. It's Dom Betancourt who bats seventh. TK Kuntz follows Betancourt as the 2-2 pitch is up and away, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. And rounding out the order, it's the designated hitter, Gerald McDade. Payoff pitch upcoming to Blake Swihart, the catcher and former Red Sox. 3-2, called strike 3. There's one away on a punch out as Blake Swihart goes down looking. Mitch Lamson had 13 strikeouts in his last outing against the York Revolution, and he picks up his first strikeout here this evening. Swihart to be followed by Urban, and we'll get you the Blue Crabs defensive alignment. It's Matt Hibbert in left, Jack Sundberg in center, and Braxton Lee in right from third to first. Alex Crosby, Michael Baca at short, Michael Wolanski over at second, and Jared Walker at first base. As the first pitch is a called strike on the inside corner, and the count, no balls and 1 strike on Philip Urban. Behind the plate, it's Joe DeLuca. He's doing the catching for Mitch Lamson. 0-1, a little bit away, and the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Ryan Haug has the game 1 of this doubleheader off, as Joe DeLuca will be doing the catching. The designated hitter today is David Harris, as the 1-1 pitch is a called strike. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes now on the 2-hitter Urban. Well, we're very happy to have you with us on what could be a very long day. We're going to get into that in a little bit. The 1-2 pitch is outside, count 2 balls and 2 strikes. So after the rainstorm last night, there was an issue with some of the flooding on the field. And between shortstop and right around second base, the field is saturated with water as the 2-2 pitch is away. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes. So that was what the delay was about today, as we tried to make sure it was playable. And here we are. We are able to play, and there still is a doubleheader scheduled tonight. 3-2. That's away. Very, very close. Mitch Lamson nearly earned strike 3 on back-to-back payoff pitches. And instead there's a runner on first base as Philip Urban earns a walk. No balls hit in play yet after 2 batters have come to the plate. We merely have a strikeout and a walk. We'll have our trivia question coming to you in the top of the 4th inning. We should have 2 different trivia questions for you this evening for the 2 different games. First pitch is low and away for ball 1 on Courtney Hawkins, who leads the Atlantic League with 15 home runs. A big-time player for the Legends. You'd have to think it's just a matter of time before a big league team decides it's time to pick him up. 1-0 pitch, big wave and a miss. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Hawkins. Count 1-1. Philip Urban leads off of first base. Here's the 1-1. Up and away. Count 2 balls and a strike. One on and one out in the top of the first. No score between the Legends and the Blue Crabs. The Blue Crabs are winners of 5 straight, looking for their 6th consecutive win. They could add wins 6 and 7 today. 2-1 pitch, swinging a high pop-up, shallow right field. Braxton Lee fighting the sun as he goes over toward the seats, and it's going to float out of play. Count 2-2. Someone's screaming from up in the Legends Club. It's unlimited wings and beer tonight from Foster's Grill. Come out here on a Thursday, $35 for your ticket, for all the wings, all the beer. It's a fun time. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Hawkins down swinging on a pitch a little bit low and away. He went fishing for it, and there are 2 away. A really nice pitch from Mitch Lamson. He's not going to overpower you with speed. He throws low to mid-80s, can touch the upper 80s from time to time, but it's the crafty lefty. He's about as strong of a crafty lefty as you're going to find, and he does it so effectively. He doesn't change arm slots all that often. He's not someone who's going to go down to a sidearm or even 1/4 or 3/4. He goes over the top, but he's got great movement, and he's unique. You don't see it from all that many pitchers. He steps and fires the first to check on Phillip Ervin. Runner on first base, 2 outs, top of the first inning. No score from Regency Furniture Stadium in the first of 2. These are both 7-inning doubleheaders. Because they're only 7 innings, we're going to get to our trivia question in the bottom of the 3rd inning in each contest. First pitch called strike now on Isaias Tejada, who is the first baseman in the cleanup spot. Courtney Hawkins not only is second in home runs, as Kelly Dugan has since passed him again. Dugan has 16. Hawkins with 15 homers. In batting average, it's close as well. As the 0-1 pitch, called strike on the inside corner in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. So back to that last point. In batting average, Courtney Hawkins at .360. When you're hitting .360 and have 15 home runs, I mean, we talk about a matter of time before he's picked up. That's all it is. 0-2 pitch is upstairs. Throw down to first. A nice snap throw from DeLuca. The first baseman Walker was ready for it. By the time he tagged Urban, though, he dove back in safely. And here comes Isaias Tejada once more, who steps in from the right side. Only a few clouds in the sky tonight. A terrific evening. We're working with a 1-camera broadcast tonight. Our center field camera was unfortunately unavailable, but we will be working with our behind home plate camera as the 1-2 pitch sails a little bit of low and away, and the count 2-2. Happy to be joined by our cameraman, Dylan. Always does a great job here at the Reg in Waldorf. Mitch Lamson is going up against Daniel Corsino tonight in Game 1. 2-2 pitch, swinging a line drive, left field. This one's going to go all the way to the wall as it one-hops the local 5 on the mini monster. Quickly retrieved by the left fielder Hibbert to the third baseman Crosby, and it holds Isaias Tejada to a single. And there are runners on the corners now with 2 outs. It's the first hit of the ball game. Tejada to left field, went all the way to the wall, but due to some strong fielding from Matt Hibbert, he holds him to a single. So it's Urban from third, Tejada from first. Here on the top of the first hit of the ball game goes the way of the Lexington Legends. And it's Montrell Marshall. Runners on the corners and nobody out for the 5-hitter Montrell Marshall. Well, the pitch to the 5-hitter Montrell Marshall, a called strike. And all of a sudden, Mitch Lamson is ahead in the count. No balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Top of the first inning, no score between Lexington and Southern Maryland. The 0-2, that's away. And once Lamson's gotten ahead in these counts, he's really done well to try to work away from contact. The one exception, though, Isaias Tejada, who reached via the single. Very well hit ball at that over the third baseman Alex Crosby's head. 1-2 pitch, foul back yet again to the netting behind home plate. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. We apologize, the camera view is a little bit tilted. We're going to get that fixed for you as soon as possible. Here is the 1-2 pitch. That runs low and in, and the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Long and drawn out inning so far. Lexington Legends have worked long at bats. And that's by design in what's only going to be a 7-inning game. This one skips away from the catcher DeLuca, and that allows the runner from first, Isaias Tejada, to advance to second base. And the count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. It's everything but the bases are full now. This was after the starting pitcher, Mitch Lamson, was ahead in that at-bat. 0-2. So the count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. There are 2 outs. There's a runner on third and a runner on second. It's Irvin from third. It's Tejada from second as part of that wild pitch. Lamson set. The 3-2. Swinging a ground ball foul from Montrell Marshall. And the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. There were some late changes from P.J. Phillips to this batting order. And really just flips. There wasn't anybody who was taken out of the lineup and exchanged for someone else. It was just a different spot in the batting order. Originally, Montrell Marshall was the leadoff hitter. Or I beg your pardon, it was actually Manuel Geraldo. And then he flipped with Swihart. And now this one's swinging a ground ball toward the middle. It's a base hit. 1 run scores. They're going to wave around Tejada. The throw to the plate is cut off. It's a 2 RBI single and a 2-0 lead for the Legends on a single up the middle. And all of a sudden, Lexington has a 2-0 start here on the top of the first. Oh, just a tough break on a ground ball that goes right back up the middle. And the Blue Crabs now trail this game 2-0. And every run that much more important in a 7-inning game. Just don't have quite as much time to make up the difference. Well, after Montrell Marshall drives in a pair, there's a runner on first base. And 2 outs. First pitch is low and away. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Irvin scored and Tejada scored on the RBI, and the 2 RBI single from Marshall. And the 1-0, a called strike at the knees. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Manuel Geraldo. I was talking about some of the flips in the lineup. Geraldo was supposed to be the leadoff hitter today. Swihart would have been batting 5th, and Marshall would not have been 5th. Instead, he would have been 6th. As this one swung on and fouled off, right field side out of play. In addition, they also had a flip between T.K. Kuntz and Gerald McDade to the bottom of the lineup. Kuntz was originally 9th. He was flipped to 8th, and McDade from 8 to 9. 2-0 Legends over the Blue Crabs on what is about as beautiful of a Thursday evening as anybody could ask for. Temperatures upper 70s. 1-1 pitch cut on and fouled back. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Manuel Geraldo. And not only are the temperatures perfect, but blue skies overhead as well. Low wind. I mean, there's enough wind so there's a bit of a breeze, but nothing out of the ordinary. And he's blowing out toward right center field. Lights are on here for game 1 of a doubleheader. The 1-1 is inside, or 1-2 I should say, inside, and it's nicely blocked by Joe DeLuca. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mitch Lamson is coming off of one of the best starts of his Blue Crabs career, but he's already 35 pitches into his outing this evening. And long counts have made the difference. The 2-2, swinging a ground ball. Third base side takes a funny hop past the glove of Crosby into the corner. Hibbert gathers in the left field corner, throws it in quickly to Baca, and that's going to hold the runner at third base, Montreal Marshall, from scoring. It's a double off the bat of Manuel Geraldo down the third base line. But a nice job by Matt Hibbert getting to that ball quickly over by the Blue Crabs bullpen in the corner in left field, making a strong throw to the shortstop, Michael Baca, who was the cutoff man in shallow left field, to hold the runner at third base, Montreal Marshall. And now the umpires are having a discussion about the safety of the field. We talked about the ground and whether or not it's playable. And the umpires are discussing it. Looks like we're just going to play on as normal. But there's no doubt it's sort of spongy out there is probably the best way you can describe it. Is that you step in, it looks good, but once you step on it, you fall in very slowly. And it is a real difference maker. You can see over at second base, it's Manuel Geraldo, who is the one who has a short lead there. There are questions of playability. And of course, the real issue at hand is you don't want a player to get injured. That's really the long and short of it. 2 in scoring position with 2 outs. 2-0 Legends. Here in the top of the first. Pitch. A little bit up and away for ball 1 on the 7-hitter Dom Betancourt. To think we've only seen 7 batters, and that was a 37th pitch from Mitch Lamson, is really a testament to the Lexington batters more than anything else, that they are working deep counts. 1-0. Wave and a miss. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on a pitch that was belt high on Dom Betancourt. And Lamson's control hasn't been perfect, but 21 strikes on 38 pitches, 21 strikes, 17 balls is not bad. 1-1 pitch, swinging a high pop-up into shallow left center field. It's Matt Hibbert who drifts over, stumbled briefly, regains his footing, and makes the catch for the final out here in the first. The Blue Crabs surrendered 2 runs on a 2 RBI single from Montreal Marshall. It's 2-0 Legends on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Andres Riceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. This is Andrew Riceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
We go to the bottom of the first
So
inning. It's
what
the
do you like about
Legends
your
2 and the Blue Crabs nothing. It's Jack Sundberg who will lead things off for Southern Maryland as they start behind the 8-ball. Following 2 runs scored on 3 hits by the Legends in the top of the first inning. The first pitch now to Jack Sundberg, a called strike on the outside corner. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Well, Mitch Lamson started the game pretty well, had 2 strikeouts in his first 3 batters. 0-1 pitch. Swinging a line drive foul over the Legends Club. Onto the roof there. And out of play, and the count, no balls and 1 strike. Or I beg your pardon, no balls and 2 strikes now on Sundberg. Corsino comes in with a 6.51 ERA. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's up and away. Count, 1 ball and 1 strike. We're going to give you a little more information as the night goes on about these doubleheaders. 1-1 pitch. A little bit inside. Count, 2 balls and 1 strike. There also has been an agreement that the Blue Crabs will be able to start the game later should that be necessary than 11 p.m. 2-1 pitch, cut on and foul back. And we're going to play 2 games here tonight. That's the long and the short of it. That's the plan. Play Lexington for both games this evening. The real reason being that these 2 teams don't play again this year. Count, 2 balls and 2 strikes on Sundberg. Pitch, that one's low and in. Count, 3-2 now on the lefty Sundberg. Well, we're happy you've decided to join us on what is a terrific evening for baseball. If you'd like a shout out tonight, just write it in the YouTube chat. We'll be sure to get there. 3-2, that's up and away, ball 4. Daniel Corsino is ahead in the count, 0-2, but Sundberg works back and earns a 7-pitch walk. And there's a runner on first base now with nobody out. It's still 2-0 in favor of Lexington. But the Blue Crabs have a bit of an advantage following the walk. Just to give you an idea of pitch velocity so far in this one, Corsino throwing low 90s, 90 to 92. Meanwhile, Mitchell Lamson in the low to mid 80s. He's hit as high as 87 miles an hour as the first pitch is up and away for ball 1 on Mitch Wolanski. Wolanski recently came over from the Long Island Ducks in exchange for Austin Rye as part of a trade between the 2 teams. Blue Crabs were carrying 3 catchers, so they need to make a move. 1-0 pitch, that's away. Count, 2 balls and no strikes. Corsino having some issues with his control early on. The Blue Crabs looking for their 6th straight win. They've won 5 in a row coming in. Their previous franchise record before this season was 8 games. So in theory, if they could sweep this doubleheader, they'd put themselves at 7 consecutive games. And then you go from there and you say, okay, well, how much left from there? Well, only 1 more game is all it would take. 2-0 pitch, cut on, a high fly ball in the air, shallow left center. It's a center fielder, TK Kuntz, who drifts over and makes the grab for the first out, right around chest high, and there's 1 away. Well, Sundberg earned a walk to lead off. And then it's followed up by a fly out from Michael Wolanski. And that brings up Jared Walker. He'll be followed by David Harris and Alex Crosby. We'll run you through the full lineup in just 1 moment. Corsino gets a sign from his catcher, Swihart. Here's the pitch. Swinging a chopper foul behind home plate. Count 0-1. It's Jack Sundberg to lead things off. Michael Wolanski fly down to center field. He bats second. It's Jared Walker who's at the plate now. He bats from the left side. David Harris is the cleanup hitter. Alex Crosby bats fifth. Braxton Lee is out in right field. He's got a very strong arm. Joe DeLuca is doing the catching. He bats seventh. Matt Hibbert bats eighth. He's in left field. And the 9-hitter is Michael Baca playing shortstop. 0-1 pitch, cut on and fouled off. Third base side over the dugout toward the concourse level. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Well, we're happy you've decided to join us today. Austin Rooney to bring you through the evening. Runner on first base, 1 out. The 0-2 pitch is low in the dirt, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Have a few shout-outs to get to early. So Dave Martin was helping with the field. He said he believes using his dually as a roller worked out just fine. Multi-Apples, of course, gets in on the fun. Dennis Moore reporting from Possum Point Lodge in Jena, Louisiana. Reporting in. Well, Dennis, we're happy to have you as always. Hopefully you can get an answer in on our trivia question tonight. Here's the pitch, swinging a high pop-up foul, third base side. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes on Jared Walker. Bottom of the first inning, 2-0 Legends. A 2 RBI single that came off the bat of Isaias Tejada. Gave the Legends a 2-0 lead, and that's where we stand here in the bottom of the first inning. Still only 1 out with a runner on first base. This will be the 15th pitch of the evening for Daniel Corsini. 5th pitch of the at-bat. He's set. 1-2 pitch. Swinging a line drive. Right field side, it's a base hit. Baca rounds second base. He's headed to third. And there are runners on the corners now with 1 out. As a base hit off the bat of Jared Walker. Very well hit. He pulled it to the right side. And there are runners on the corners now with only 1 out. And here comes David Harris. And you can tell players are not going 100% right around second base, that they're holding up. And David Harris takes a practice swing and digs in from the right side. Harris followed by Alex Crosby and Braxton Lee. We mentioned Joe DeLuca in that 7 spot. Michael Hibbert getting some more at-bats today. He's been in the leadoff spot quite a few times, but tonight finds himself in the 8 hole. And batting 9th, Michael Baca. He's been a staple there in the 9 spot. First pitch, line drive, left center field. It's a base hit. 1 run scores as Sundberg trots in from first. It's an RBI single from David Harris. Meanwhile, Jared Walker from first to third. The Blue Crabs have cut the deficit to 2-1 on an RBI single from David Harris. It's his first at-bat back since injury, and he rips a RBI single into left center. A very solid piece of hitting. And there are runners on the corners with only 1 out. And David Harris had an 18-game on-base streak earlier this year. And that was nearly tying a team record. So Harris from first with the RBI single. And Walker from third. Crosby steps in. First pitch swinging a dribbler foul. First base side in the count 0-1. Blue Crabs 1, Lexington 2. Bottom of the first. Legends have out-hit the Blue Crabs 3-2. But the Blue Crabs only have 1 out here in the bottom of the first. And the heart of this order still remains. Crosby followed by Lee and DeLuca. This one, swinging a ground ball towards second. This could be 2. On to second for 1. Back on to first. It's a double play. 4, 6, 3. Betancourt to Geraldo, back to Tejada to end the bottom of the first inning. The Blue Crabs score 1. They probably would have wanted more, and they trail 2-1 at the end of the first inning of play. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you need a win on the road, don't get left stranded. Make AAA part of your roster, and you'll always have someone on deck ready to get you home. AAA also offers car care, insurance, and travel services, and has stores conveniently located for Blue Crabs fans in Brandywine, Crofton, and Alexandria. Don't forget to ask them about membership discounts for military and first responders. Please visit AAA.com to learn more or to find a AAA location near you.
This is Dalton Geeky, and you're listening to Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Top of the second inning. First pitch comes in on TK Kuntz for a called strike on the inside corner in the count. No balls and one strike. It's a 2-1 lead for the Lexington Legends here on the top of the second. 0-1, swinging a foul ball back to the screen behind home plate. Count no balls and two strikes. And Lamson did well with this in the first inning, but he threw 39 pitches because the Lexington batters were consistently fouling pitches off. Lamson gets the sign from his catcher, DeLuca. And TK Kuntz calls time and steps out. Blue Crabs had something cooking in the first inning, but a double play ball from Crosby ended the inning as the 0-2 pitch is away for ball one, way over toward the lefty batter's box. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. TK Kuntz goes down on strikes. It's the third strikeout of the day from Mitchell Lamson. And strikeouts will be the topic of tonight's trivia question. You do have to wait until the top of the third for the question, though. Diane Roney says, go Blue Crabs. Lachlan McGuire says, what's the trivia question? Well, Lachlan, you have to wait until the top of the third for that. First pitch was away for ball one on the 9-hitter, Gerald McDade. And the 1-0 pitch, that's also away. Well, I beg your pardon. Now they count 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, left field, foul over toward the Legends Club. Out of play, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out here in the top of the second inning. The Legends 2, the Blue Crabs 1. Well, we're grateful you decided to join us on a Thursday evening. All sorts of fun sports in the work over the next few days as the 2-2 pitch is away. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the offering pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Another pitch a little bit below the knees, and Gerald McDade takes a hack at it and swings and misses for strike 3. There are 2 away now in the bottom of the second, or top of the second inning. Back-to-back strikeouts from Mitch Lamson. He has 4 strikeouts through the first 1 2/3 innings of work. Looking to strike out the side here in the second. Put him down in order as well. Here's Blake Swihart, who went down looking his first time up. First pitch breaking ball. It's a little bit high in the count. 1 ball and no strikes. Well, Dennis Moore says that I'm going to have to take a trip down south with Stan. I don't know, maybe we can arrange that. 1-0 pitch is a big swing and a miss. Count 1-1. I don't have the experience duck hunting, though. I'd have to maybe gain some experience. 1-1 pitch is away. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. Base paths are empty and 2 outs in the top of the second. 2-1 pitch. That's a big swing and a miss. Count 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Base paths empty in the top of the second. Here's the pitch. That's up and away. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes. And this was one of the issues that Mitch Lamson ran into back in the first inning. Questions regarding pitch count arose. The 3-2 pitch to Swihart. This one is upstairs. It's ball 4. Now Blake Swihart had a 3-2 pitch on him back in the top of the first inning. He thought it was ball 4, but he was called out on strikes for it. Blake Swihart is having a tough year this year in the Atlantic League. Former prized prospect by the Boston Red Sox. But Swihart spent a couple years in the major leagues and now finds himself back in the Atlantic League where he's hitting 173 this season. First pitch swinging, high fly ball, deep left field, down the line. It's going to tail foul over toward the corner. A very well-hit ball from Phillip Ervin, who walked his first time up and very nearly went deep to left field for a 2-run home run. But a tailed foul on the count. No balls and 1 strike on the right-handed hitter. Lamson looks back, Swihart at first. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Big wave and a miss on a breaking ball, low and away. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes now. Phillip Ervin out in right field today. Earned a walk his first time up. Here's the 0-2, swinging a high fly ball, deep left center field. Back to the warning track at the wall. This ball is way out of here. A 2-run home run way over the Blackstone management sign, over toward that walkway in left center field next to the paddle boats. It's a 2-run shot from Phillip Ervin, and the Lexington Legends have jumped up to a 4-1 lead. A 2-run shot from Phillip Ervin. He nearly hit a 2-run home run only a few pitches earlier, but instead he goes deep to left center this time and gives the Legends a 4-1 lead. Well, that brings up Courtney Hawkins. Things don't get much easier for Mitch Lamson. And both the top of the first and top of the second, Lamson had 2 strikeouts and a walk in his first 3 batters. First pitch swinging from Hawkins to high pop-up, shallow right center. It sends Braxton Lee over to make the catch for the final out. Well, that will do it. But after 2 strikeouts in the first 3 batters for Mitch Lamson in both the first and the second, the Legends end up doing some damage. 2 runs scored in the first, 2 more in the second. It's a 4-1 Legends lead as we go to the bottom of the second inning. It's the Blue Crabs trailing when we come back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
Well, the Blue Crabs have their work cut out for themselves here in the bottom of the second inning. First pitch on Braxton Lee is swung on and fouled off third base side. Count, no balls, and 1 strike. The Blue Crabs now trail in this ball game 4-1. The Legends with 2 runs in the first and 2 runs in the second. Blue Crabs scored 1 in the first. 0-1 pitch, called strike on the outside corner. Count, no balls, and 2 strikes now on Jack Sundberg. 0-2, that's upstairs. Count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. 6, 7, and 8 due up in the order for the Blue Crabs here in the bottom of the second inning. Braxton Lee followed by Joe DeLuca and Matt Hibbert. 1-2, cut on and fouled away. Third base side once again. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lee hitting .286 on the year. He'll be followed by Joe DeLuca, who's hitting .304. 1-2, big wave and a miss, and a pitch low and out of the zone. A hot fastball at 93 sizzles past the bat of Braxton Lee. And there are 2 away, or there's 1 away, I should say, in the bottom of the second inning. Well, here comes Joe DeLuca. DeLuca will play designated hitter quite frequently. He also does a lot of catching for the Blue Crabs. The Blue Crabs have had 3 catchers this year. At one point, all 3 were on the roster. DeLuca shows bunt, pulls back, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. The pitch was way up and away. 4-1 Lexington. Our trivia question will come to you in the top of the third inning. Has to do with Mitch Lamson and strikeouts. Less to do with Mitch Lamson in particular, more to do with strikeouts. The pitch, that one's away, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. Base paths are empty with 1 out. Bottom of the second inning. 2-0 pitch. Called strike at the knees on DeLuca. And now the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Lexington 4, Southern Maryland 1. 2 runs in the top of the first for Lexington. 1 run in the bottom of the first for the Blue Crabs. 2 more in the top of the second for Lexington. The 2-1 pitch. Fastball up and out of the zone, but DeLuca swings and misses. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes on the switch hitting catcher tonight. Well, Blue Crabs, as I mentioned earlier, have carried as many as 3 catchers at once. But once DeLuca arrived, the Blue Crabs traded away Austin Rye to make room as the 2-2 pitch is cut on and grounded foul over toward the Blue Crabs dugout, and the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're happy to have everybody on hand with us tonight. Understand that a lot of Lexington Legends fans are also joining us from Kentucky. We're happy to have you with us. 2-2 pitch from Daniel Corsino. Upstairs, count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Base paths empty with 1 away. Will be Matt Hibbert to follow, as Southern Maryland's trying to cut into this 3 runs Legend advantage. 3-1 pitch, or 3-2 I should say, wave and a miss, strike 3. DeLuca goes down chasing a fastball low and out of the zone. It was also away, and there are 2 outs now in the bottom of the second inning. Well, following Lee and DeLuca, it's Matt Hibbert who will come to the plate. Back-to-back strikeouts from Daniel Corsino to start things in the second inning. Corsino's pitch count a little bit higher than he'd probably like at 30 pitches. When you're battling on some of these strikeouts, it's a deep counts. First pitch swinging to Hibbert, a fastball, a check swing, but he clearly went around, and the count 0-1. And Corsino's really been relying heavily on that fastball, which has been in the 92, touching 93 range. Goes back to a breaking ball on the outside corner and a swing and a miss. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Getting ahead in the count has been critical for Corsino, especially here in the bottom of the second inning. He has a bit of a boost. His Legends left by 3. This one swinging a ground ball right back to him. Corsino gloves it. He flips to first. It's in time for the final out. The Blue Crabs go down in order 1, 2, 3. We're finished with 2 innings of play. It's the Legends 4 and the Blue Crabs 1. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today.
Welcome back, top half of the third inning. It's the Legends with a 4-1 lead. They look to grow that lead as they send the heart of their order to the plate, 4, 5, and 6. Tejada followed by Marshall and Geraldo. First pitch is a called strike on the outside corner, and the count, no balls and 1 strike. We're also going to get to our trivia question after the second batter in this inning. 0-1 offering from Lamson. Swinging a high fly ball. First base side, tails out of play, and the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Austin Rooney, happy to have everybody on hand today. We've had our fair share of very hot weather, also a rain out last night with heavy storms, but tonight the weather is about as nice as you're going to get in Waldorf, Maryland in the summer months. 0-2 pitch cut on a high pop-up in the infield. It's the shortstop Baca who gives to Wilansky, back to Baca, who takes control in the shallow center field grass for the first out. About 15 feet past the infield dirt, and there is one away. Top of the third inning, Lexington over Southern Maryland by 3. 2 runs in the first, 2 runs in the second. Hasn't been from a lack of strikeouts, though. Mitch Lamson, I should say, has 4 strikeouts across 2 1/3 innings. First pitch is low on a breaking ball to Montrell Marshall. Marshall had a 2 RBI single his first time up this one, swinging a high fly ball, deep left field. Hibbert tracks it back to the wall. He leaps. He can't make the catch. Deflects off the manual scoreboard. Hibbert with a strong throw into second, but Montrell Marshall is in there standing up. It's a 1-out double, and the Legends have a runner on second base with 1 out. Montrell Marshall with hits in each of his first 2 at-bats. He came in hitting just .238. But not for long, as he drives in 2 runs back in the first inning, and he adds a 1-out double to his name here in the third. A single and a double for the third baseman for Lexington. Blue Crabs all of a sudden not only behind by 3, but Lexington also threatening. You might say it's only the top of the third, but we're only playing 7 innings in these doubleheader ball games. There's the pitch. That's up and away in the count. 1 ball and no strikes on Manuel Geraldo. We're going to get to our trivia question momentarily. Runner on second base and 1 out. Throw back to second. Baca tags the diving Montrell Marshall a little bit late as he dove in safely. It was a close play, though, and pretty well executed. Marshall's teammates yelling at him that they were trying the sneaky play. 1-0 pitch, swinging a high pop-up, first base side, long run for Wolanski, who gives way to Braxton Lee, who's there to make the catch overhead for the second out. Runner on second base and 2 outs, 4-1 Legends. Well, let's get to that trivia question now. Well, Mitch Lamson had 13 strikeouts in the last game against York. What are the most strikeouts in a single game in Major League Baseball history? Most strikeouts in a single game by a single pitcher in Major League Baseball history. That's our question today. Write your answers in the YouTube chat. If we get it quickly, we can change. We'll add another trivia question tonight. First pitch is away for ball 1 on Dom Betancourt. I did talk about this with a few people who watch the YouTube stream, so if I told you the answer already, don't go ahead and answer in the YouTube chat. We want to see if we can get some people who already know the trivia question. Again, don't look up the answer. Go ahead and type it in the YouTube chat. Here's the pitch. It's a big wave and a miss from Dom Betancourt. The count 1 ball and 1 strike as the first pitch missed away, and the count again, even at a ball and a strike with 2 outs, runner on second base. Top of the third inning, it's a 4-1 lead for the Lexington Legends, who flew out to Southern Maryland. It's a long drive, about 10 hours. And it is unquestionably easier to fly. You have to add in some of the additional logistics, though, about busing from the airport. It's a lot of work to fly commercial, though. 1-1 pitch, check swing, and Betancourt manages to hold up. Pitch was low and away, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike now on the righty. Legends lead this one by 3. Again, our trivia question today, what is the most strikeouts in a single game by a single pitcher in Major League Baseball history? The 2-1 pitch is cut on and fouled back to the screen behind home plate. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, runner on second base. Quite a few 2s. The Blue Crabs also have 2 hits tonight. Well, the lead is 3, and we are in the third inning, as Lexington has jumped out to a 4-1 lead. Threatening for more with the runner in scoring position, but the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes on Dominic Betancourt. Lamson gets the sign from his catcher, Joe DeLuca. Here's a 2-2. Swinging a ground ball, third base side foul. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're going to talk a little bit about the dead ball era in a little bit, as there's some great stories about the dead ball era I would like to talk about later on in this broadcast. But if any of you know anything about the dead ball era, share it in the YouTube chat any fun stories. We're going to get there. I want to get through the trivia question part first, though. So if you have any answers to the trivia question, write those in the YouTube chat, and we'll talk a little bit about the dead ball era a little later. Here's the 2-2 from Lamson. Big wave and a miss. Struck him out. Dom Betancourt goes down, swinging on a high fastball up and out of the zone, and that ends the top of the third inning. The Legends held off the scoreboard. They strand one at the end of the top of the third. It's the Legends 4 and the Blue Crabs 1 on the Blue Crabs Broadcast Network, brought to you by Hometown Real Estate.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, the first pitch to Michael Baca, called strike at the belt. It's the bottom of the third inning. The Legends have a 3-run lead, and Southern Maryland will send 9-1 and 2 to the plate. Baca followed by Sundberg and Wolanski. This one swinging a ground ball right back to the mound. Quick reflexes from Corsino, who fields and tosses to first for the first out. Quickly one away in the bottom of the third. Southern Maryland Blue Crabs scored 1 run in the bottom of the first, but that's all the offense they've generated so far. Was the top of the order that got the job done. A walk from Sundberg, who will stand in now. Walker singled to right, and David Harris ripped a base hit to left center. First pitch to Sundberg, called strike on the outside corner. For those of you who missed our trivia question back in the top of the third inning, the question was, what is the most strikeouts in a game by a single pitcher in Major League Baseball history? And who is that pitcher? We didn't add that in before, but who was the pitcher who recorded the most strikeouts? 0-1 pitch was cut on and fouled away, third base side, count no balls and 2 strikes. J.D. West has answered 21. I will not give you the answer yet. That's going to come a little later. But please also, J.D., answer who the pitcher was who threw those strikeouts. 0-2 pitches inside, count 1 ball and 2 strikes. On the lefty, Sundberg. Most strikeouts in a single game by a single pitcher in MLB history. 1-2, swinging a line drive, right back up the middle. It's a base hit. Jack Sundberg aboard for the second time today. He worked a walk back in the first, and he singles here in the third. And there's a runner on first base with 1 out. Brings up Michael Wolanski. Wolanski plays second base. The Blue Crabs had a significant delay today. There was some water on the field. They were making sure the field was playable. And don't be too surprised if there are a couple funny hops in the shortstop to second base area. Blue Crabs are trailing by 3. Pitch to Wolanski, swinging a high pop-up foul, first base side. The first baseman, Tejada, ranges over toward the right field side. It's the second baseman, Betancourt, who lays out and makes a catch in foul territory for the second out. Long run for Betancourt and Tejada, but they end up making the play over on the right field line, about 50 feet past first base, and there are 2 away in the bottom of the 3rd inning. So it started with a ground out back to the mound from Baca. Jack Sundberg singled to center, and Michael Wolanski has flied out, or popped out, I should say, over towards second base, or to the second baseman toward right field. This brings up Jared Walker with 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd. We in for a long and a late night as currently planned. Game 2 will be 30 minutes following the conclusion of Game 1. First pitch to Walker, low and in. Count 1 ball and no strikes. And there is no limit as to how late we can start that second ball game. But based on timing and our current time frame and our pace, you'd think we'd end Game 1 right around 10 p.m. And then you have about a 30-minute break, maybe a little longer, and you start Game 2 around 10:30 or 10:40, and then you play 2.5 hours from there. The 1-0 pitch, called strike. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Jared Walker. Our second trivia question will be about the latest ever closing time here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Count 1-1 now on Walker. Runner on first base with 2 outs. Corsino set. Here's the pitch. That's inside. Count 2-1. And going back to the point about second base and second and third base, which is where the majority of the issues are, right around shortstop, you'd have to think it's going to decrease the number of stolen bases, especially going from second to third, worried about getting a good jump. Also even diving in towards second base as well. 2-1 pitch, called strike on the outside corner. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes now on Walker. Sundberg from first, bottom of the 3rd inning. The Legends 4, the Blue Crabs 1. Austin Rooney, happy to bring you along for the ride in tonight's broadcast. Walker taps home plate twice. Corsino stares in. Walker sets up, or beg your pardon, Swihart sets up away. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul ball back behind home plate. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 31-10, the best record in the North Division. The Legends 14-24. They're in last place in what's a very competitive South Division. High Point Rockers have the second best record in the Atlantic League. They're 3 games behind the Blue Crabs for the best record. But they're only 1 game behind him. That's Gastonia. This is a swing and a ground ball through the right side. It's a base hit. Sundberg rounds second. He pulls into third. There are runners on the corners with 2 outs. They were playing in a shift. Dom Betancourt was shaded over directly between first and second, about halfway in between. The shortstop, Manuel Geraldo, was right behind the bag at second base. And if Betancourt, the second baseman, was playing where he normally would, he makes that play on a routine ground ball, but it was past his outstretched reach because he was shifted a little bit further over toward first base. And now there are runners on the corners with 2 outs for David Harris. A similar position to the one Harris was in back in the first inning, except that time there was only 1 out. He swung at the first pitch and drove a line drive into left center that scored the lone Blue Crabs run. First pitch this time, big wave and a miss at a breaking ball low and out of the zone. The count, no balls and 1 strike. Blue Crabs trailing 4-1, but they have 2 on with 2 out. It's the bottom of the 3rd inning, but think of it more like the bottom of the 5th because we're only playing 7 innings today. Harris waves the bat behind his helmet. Here's the 0-1. That's low and away. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Swihart jumped quickly to his feet to look back the runner at first base, Jared Walker, who now has a pair of singles today. Runners on the corners. 2 outs for David Harris in the cleanup spot. He's playing his first game since May 28th. Missed more than 10 days of action. 1-1, breaking ball low and away, and it's swung on and missed though. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes on Harris. 2 on, 2 out. 2 strikes on Harris. Bottom of the third. Southern Maryland looking to get back into this game. They trail by 3 after a big first and second from the Lexington Legends. The pitch, this is low and away. It's going to get away from the catcher, Swihart. That allows Sundberg to score from third easily. And the Blue Crabs get back on the board. It's now a 4-2 game, an important run. And meanwhile, Jared Walker goes from first to second. So there's a runner in scoring position. The count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes after the pitch missed and got away from Blake Swihart. I'd imagine that's going to go down as a wild pitch, but a catcher who's played Major League Baseball in the past, I sort of would have expected to get that ball or at least block it. Either way, count 2-2. It's now a 4-2 game with a runner on second base. And 2 away. The pitcher, Daniel Corsino, steps off. It is officially going to go down as a wild pitch. That allows Jack Sundberg to score from third. Sundberg has scored both of the Blue Crabs' runs, and both of the runs have also come when Harris is at the plate. One an RBI, the other a wild pitch. This one swinging a ground ball, hard hit over towards short, gobbled up by Geraldo. He makes the throw to first. It's in time for the final out. Well, the Blue Crabs score 2. They strand 1 at the end of 3. It's the Legends 4 and the Blue Crabs 2. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
Well, it's the top of the 4th inning. First pitch, a big swing and a miss to the leadoff hitter, TK Kuntz. 4-1 Lexington. 0-1 pitch is now up and away. Count 1 ball and 1 strike from Mitch Lamson on the Lexington Legends. Lexington leads at 4-2. They scored 2 in the first and 2 in the second. As the 1-1 pitch is away, count 2 balls and 1 strike now on the right-handed hitter TK Kuntz. He'll be followed by Gerald McDade and Blake Swihart. While Lexington scored 2 in the first and 2 in the second, the Blue Crabs scored 1 in the first and 1 in the third. The 2-1 pitch is cut on and fouled off first base side. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, our trivia question tonight: which MLB pitcher has the most strikeouts in a single game? And how many strikeouts was it? 2-1 pitch is up and, or 2-2 pitch, I should say, is up and away, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes now on the righty Kuntz. Another full count from Lamson. 3-2 pitch, called strike 3. Kuntz wanted ball 4, but it clips the inside corner, and there are 2 away. Or there's 1 away, I should say. Oh, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. Big strikeout, though, for Lamson. That's number 6 on the evening. And Lamson, not somebody who's especially known for his strikeouts. Across his career, he has 920 strikeouts and 960 innings. So just a little under a strikeout per inning. First pitch swinging now from Gerald McDade. It's a high pop-up, shallow center. Center fielder Sundberg comes all the way in, converges with the second baseman Wilansky and Baca, but ends up making the catch himself for the second out. So now there are 2 away. And getting outs early in the inning hasn't been the issue for Mitch Lamson. Had 2 strikeouts in the first 3 batters in each of the first and second innings. But then he allowed the home run after the walk to Swihart. That was in the second, and allowed 3 consecutive hits in the first. In the third, he also allowed a double. Looking for a clean inning as the first pitch clips the outside corner on the leadoff hitter, Blake Swihart. The count, no balls and 1 strike. Still a 2-run lead for Lexington. And the 0-1 pitch, big wave and a miss. Pitch knee high. He swung over it. Count 0-2 now on Swihart, who's hitting just 173 on the season. 0-2. A little bit upstairs, check swing, he held up. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, for your answers in the trivia question, throw them in the YouTube chat. JD West has gotten a bit of a head start. 1-2 pitch is low and in. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. He's playing it honestly, as we all should be. Does not want to look it up. But if you do know the answer as to which pitcher has the most strikeouts in a single game in MLB history, give us the answer. Don't look it up. 2-2. Swing and it's a check swing, really, but a foul ball over to the first base side. And the count remains 2-2. And how many strikeouts were there for that pitcher in the game? Lamson had 13 in his last outing across a complete game. 2-2 pitch, called strike 3. It's the second time Swihart's going down looking. It's the 7th strikeout of the day for Mitch Lamson through 4 innings of work. He retires the Legends in order this time. It's 4-2 Lexington as we go to the bottom of the 4th. Stick with us.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
Bottom of the fourth inning, the Blue Crabs trail the Legends 4-2. First pitch to Alex Crosby, swinging a high fly ball, deep right center field, sends Coots back to the warning track in front of the wall where he makes the catch for the first out. Very well hit ball off the bat of Alex Crosby, probably hit about 380 feet to deep right center, but that's the way baseball goes. Hit the ball hard and sometimes you aren't rewarded. Instead, you're penalized with a long fly out to TK Kuntz. Well, Alex Crosby almost got a rally start, almost hit this one out of the ballpark, to be completely honest. But instead, there's one away. First pitch to Braxton Lee. Looping breaking ball. That went in knee high in the count. No balls and one strike. Called strike on the righty. 0-1 pitch. Big wave and a miss. Another breaking ball low and probably out of the zone that time. In the count 0-2. One out in the bottom of the fourth. Count no balls and two strikes. The Blue Crabs still trail by 2. Here's the 0-2. Swinging a tapper foul first base side. And the count remains no balls and 2 strikes on the lefty. Well, Braxton Lee, a former big leaguer, played with the Miami Marlins organization where he reached the MLB level. He's particularly known for his defense. He's a good offensive talent as well. The 0-2, though, swung on and missed. High fastball. He swings through it. And there are 2 away. But his real claim to fame is his arm. That's what he really prides himself on. Pinpoint accuracy and a very strong arm. He was telling me earlier today that he's thrown as hard as 97 miles an hour off the mound. He was hitting 93 today just in warm-ups when he had some free time, was throwing some bullpen pitches. And he said, you know, when his team was in a pinch back in junior college, back in high school, he'd throw an inning for as the closer. I sort of guessed maybe he threw in the upper 80s, maybe mid-80s. He said, no, I threw as high as 97. Well, no on and 2 outs in the bottom of the fourth. 4-2 Legends as DeLuca comes to the plate. First pitch, big wave and a miss on a fastball. And the count 0-1 on the switch-hitting catcher. Lexington more or less playing him straight up defensively. A slight shift as Geraldo is playing nearly directly behind second base. And Betancourt slightly over toward first. The 0-1 pitch is away, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. The catcher Swihart had to pop in and out of his glove. Lexington's uniforms are particularly interesting tonight. We'll get there in a moment after this pitch. Count 1-1 on the catcher DeLuca. We'll give you our trivia question answer in the top of the 5th inning. We'll reiterate it before we give you your answer, though. 1-1. Breaking ball a little bit upstairs. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. It's blue down the middle. It's got the white piping and the white lettering. But more importantly, it's the green sleeves, almost as if they're wearing a green undershirt under a penny jersey. But it's not. It's a full jersey, blue down the middle, green on the arms. As a 2-1 pitch, big wave and a miss. The sleeves are, just regular sleeves to a jersey, but different color, the green and the blue. I kind of like it. It's kind of cool. A little bit outside the box. Count 2-2 now on DeLuca. 2 outs. The Blue Crabs trail by 2, 4-2. 2-2 is way outside. Count 3-2. Blue Crabs playing a doubleheader today. Game 2 will start about 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. 3-2 pitch on DeLuca. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball. And DeLuca was ahead of it. That ends the 4th inning. The Blue Crabs go down in order. A pair of strikeouts from Corsino. He now has 4. At the end of 4 innings of play, it's the Legends who have a 2-run lead. They lead 4-2 and come to the plate here in the top of the 5th. Stick with us.
Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by, and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
Well, we go to the top of the fifth inning. First pitch from Mitch Lampson is a breaking ball for a called strike on the outside corner against Phillip Urban, the right-handed hitter. A 4-2 lead for the Legends as the 0-1 pitch is away. Was about a foot low and out of the strike zone. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, our trivia question, we'll reiterate it once more and then give you the answer in the YouTube chat. 1-1 pitch called a swing and a miss. And the count 1-2. We'll first give you the Blue Crabs record. The Blue Crabs record set by Dustin Knight, who's most recently been in the big leagues with the Rays. 1-2 is up and away from Lampson, count 2-2. Had 17 strikeouts. And that is the Blue Crabs record for most strikeouts in a game. But the Major League record, that's our trivia question tonight. 2-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. The 8th strikeout of the day for Mitch Lampson. And there is one away in the top of the 5th. So put your guesses in now for the most strikeouts in a game by an MLB pitcher. And that is in history. J.D. West has given us a bit of a start. But how many strikeouts is the most strikeouts by a single pitcher in an MLB game? And who was the pitcher? First pitch called strike now on Courtney Hawkins. About as dangerous of a hitter as you're going to find in the Atlantic League. 0-1, that's up and away. Count 1 ball and 1 strike now on the power hitting righty who's got 15 home runs. Only trails Kelly Dugan, who has 16 for the Barnstormers. 1-1 pitch up and in. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. Now Lexington team, they're very heavy in the middle of the order. Got some big-time power bats, especially at the top, 1 through 3, 1 through 4. 2-1 pitch, swinging a high fly ball, shallow right field, I beg your pardon, and it's Braxton Lee who lets that ball drop in front of him, had a long run to get there, decided not to dive for that ball, played it on a hop, and it's a base hit now for Courtney Hawkins. Runner on first base with 1 out. Braxton Lee had a long way to go. That one was over toward the right field line. And might have had a chance should he have tried to dive for that ball, but he decided to play that ball on a hop. Top of the 5th inning, 4-2 Legends. They've got 1 on with 1 out. Pitch count for Mitch Lampson is getting up there to say the least. This will be the 94th pitch of his outing. So he faces Isaias Tejada. And the first pitch, a called strike. Letter high, and the count 0-1. It helps Courtney Hawkins' case that he doesn't only hit for power, but he's also got a 360 average to show for it. Infield, that typical double play death for Tejada. But he steps out as Lampson tosses over to first base to check on Hawkins. Legends not only outscoring the Blue Crabs 4-2, but out hitting them 6-4 here in the top of the 5th. Again, timetable for our two games is the 0-1 pitch is outside, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Tejada. The second game will start about 30 minutes after the conclusion of game 1. Might want to give it maybe a few more minutes, maybe 30, 35 minutes. But that's the general idea as the 1-1 pitch is up and in. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. And considering the timing, you'd have to think that it's currently 9 o'clock. And we have 3 innings left to go. Got another hour or so. This game should wrap up right around 10 p.m. and start game 2 around 10:30. Again, both doubleheader games are just 7-inning contests. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch to Tejada, swinging a line drive through the hole on the left side for a base hit. Runners go station to station. Hawkins from first to second. Tejada has a base hit to the left field. And there are runners on first and second with 1 out. There is no action yet in the Blue Crabs bullpen. But now maybe they do get someone up and throwing. It's Eddie Butler who will start game 2 for the Blue Crabs. Ben Ludwig will make his first professional start with the Legends in game 2 of this series. He played Division II baseball, had an ERA near 6. First pitch now, a big wave and a miss from Montreal Marshall on a pitch low in the dirt. And the count 0-1. Tejada from first, Hawkins from second. With 1 out in the top of the 5th inning. Mitchell Lamson is coming up on his 100th pitch. 0-1, that's a little upstairs. That was pitch number 99 to Montreal Marshall. Marshall singled in the first, drove in 2 runs. He doubled in the third. 1-1, big wave and a miss, and a breaking ball low and away. And the count 1-2, and I think that's probably the answer for Mitchell Lamson. Stay away from Montreal Marshall, who's beaten you twice. Get him to go fishing for 1. Pitch number 101 on the righty. Swinging a high fly ball. Shallow right field. It's Lee who comes in and makes the catch for the second out. There's no way that Courtney Hawkins is considering tagging for third, as it was in shallow right. And the right fielder, Braxton Lee's got a cannon for an arm. 2 away in the top of the 5th. Legends 4 and the Blue Crabs 2. Southern Maryland might need some magic up their sleeve. They're looking to come back and extend this win streak. They've won 5 straight coming in, 8 of their last 9. The pitch, that's low and away for ball 1 on Manuel Geraldo. Geraldo is 1 for 2. He doubled back in the first. He popped out to the right fielder, Braxton Lee, that came back in the third. As the 0-1 pitch is a called strike, barely clipped the inside corner. Manuel Geraldo is trying to get out of the way of the pitch, but instead it's a called strike. Hawkins from second, Tejada from first. We're going to give you the answer to our trivia question after this batter. Manuel Geraldo. Tried to give you a little more time to answer that question. 1-1 pitch, big wave and a miss. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. Runners on first and second. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes on Geraldo. Blue Crabs trail by 2. 1-2 pitch, up and away. Count 2-2. Well, let's give you the answer now. I don't want the inning to end and not get you the answer to this question. So, the answer to our trivia question, and J.D. West was right, 21 strikeouts. The pitcher, Tom Cheney, of the Washington Senators over 16 innings back in 1962. The 2-2, big wave and a miss. It's Geraldo who goes down swinging. It's the 9th strikeout for Mitch Lamson. His pitch count is high, there's no doubt about that, but he's been fanning Legends batters all day. His 9th strikeout on his 106th pitch of the evening. We're finished with 4.5 here from Regency Furniture Stadium. It's the Legends 4 and the Blue Crabs 2. Stick with us in the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, it's Matt Hibbert to get us started in the bottom of the 5th. The Blue Crabs trail by 2, 4-2. To the Lexington Legends, the Blue Crabs will send 8, 9, and 1. Hibbert followed by Baca and Sundberg to the plate. He shows bunt. He pulls back as a hard fastball came in. The first pitch, he did check his swing. They did motion down to the first base umpire who says Hibbert held up. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Just to remind fans, this is a 7-inning ball game. 1-0 pitch inside and low on Hibbert. The count 2 balls and no strikes. In the bottom of the 5th. Normally you're just over halfway done in the ball game, but imagine it's almost like the bottom of the 7th inning. 2-0, swinging a tapper. First base side, it's a fair ball. Going to be a tough play for the pitcher, Corsino, who picks it up and lobs it to first in time for the out. Corsino had to lob that ball over the head of Hibbert as he had a tough angle and did not have time to readjust down the first base line. And there is 1 out now in the bottom of the 5th. A very difficult throw down the first base line as Michael Baca will step in. Baca 0 for 1. He grounded back to Corsino back in the 3rd inning. First pitch to the righty. Check swing. He held up. Pitch was low and away, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. 4-2 Lexington. Let's go back over how we got here. After the pitch from Corsino, 1-0 pitch. Called strike on the inside corner. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. So it was Lexington who got the scoring started back in the 1st inning. A walk from Irvin, a single from Tejada, and a 2 RBI single from Montreal Marshall. That gave the Legends a 2-0 lead. The Blue Crabs responded with 1 in the 1st from a single from David Harris. 1-1 pitch cut on, a hard chopper over toward third base. Nicely eaten up by Marshall, who had a little trouble with it, but he tosses to first in time for the 2nd out. 2 away now in the bottom of the 5th inning. So the Blue Crabs got one back on an RBI single from David Harris. That cut the deficit to 2-1. And in the top of the 2nd, a 2-run shot from Phillip Ervin on a blast to left center, I should say, over the Blackstone management sign toward the paddle pools. That gave the Legends a 4-1 lead, but the Blue Crabs added a run in the 3rd. First pitch swinging from Sundberg, a cut on a high pop-up, and it's foul toward the concourse level. The count, no balls and 1 strike. Southern Maryland added an RBI single off the bat of Jared Walker, scoring Jack Sundberg, who has scored both Blue Crabs runs. Sundberg at the plate yet again. Showed bunt, he pulled back. Count 1 ball and 1 strike now on the lefty. There is some action in the Blue Crabs bullpen. It may either be, it's a lefty, so it's either Dario Polanco or Nick Wells. I do not have a view down the left field line as to who it would be, as the first pitch is inside now on Sundberg. Count 1-0. I believe it is Nick Wells, but I do not have confirmation on that. Count 1 or 2 balls and 1 strike now on Sundberg. Pitch, that's away. Count 3-1. Now in a situation like this, of course, the last thing you want to do is have an issue with injury or anything else, stealing second base with the current shape the diamond's in. As the 3-1 pitch upcoming to Sundberg, called strike, count 3-2, but if Sundberg is to get on with 2 outs, putting yourself in scoring position in a spot like this could be critical late in the ball game. You're only in the 5th, but only 2 more innings to go. 3-2, that's outside, ball 4. And Sundberg walks with 2 outs. So after a pair of ground outs to get things started in the 5th, Jack Sundberg has reached base for the 3rd time this evening. A walk in the 1st, a single in the 3rd, and a walk in the 5th. And the Blue Crabs have 1 on with 2 outs. Sundberg, of course, a prolific base stealer. Good explosion in his speed from first. Pitch, that's low in the dirt. Count 1-0. For fans of college baseball, that'll get started tomorrow in the Super Regionals. Final 16 teams remaining. The winner of the Super Regionals go to the College World Series. Maryland fell to UConn in the regional finals on Monday. 1-0 pitch to Wolanski. That's away. Count 2 balls and no strikes. You have to wonder about Corsino's control. He walks Sundberg, and now behind in the count, 2 balls and no strikes on Wolanski. His team leads by 2, though, with 2 outs. And now there's some action from a right-hander. That's Andres Briseño, who starts throwing in the Blue Crabs' pen. Would not be surprised at this point if Lamson returns. 2-0 pitch, swinging a line drive, right center field. It's a base hit. Sundberg going first to 3rd. He pulls on the brakes at 3rd base. It's a single from Michael Wolanski, and the Blue Crabs have 2 on with 2 out in the bottom of the 5th inning. Southern Maryland still trailing by 2, but a good pitch to hit from Michael Wolanski, and he doesn't try to do too much with it. Goes the other way to the right center field gap. And now runners on the corners with 2 outs as Jared Walker is coming to the plate. Walker 2 for 2. He singled in the 1st, he singled in the 3rd. Was stranded in scoring position both times. Back in the 1st, he was stranded on 3rd. In the 3rd inning, stranded on 2nd. Walker followed by Harris. Corsino, pitch, swinging a high fly ball foul. 3rd base side going to get out of play. Count no balls and 1 strike on the power hitting lefty. Has 9 home runs on the season. He would be the go-ahead run. Wolanski from first would be the tying run here in the bottom of the 5th in a 7-inning contest in the first of 2. A doubleheader from Regency Furniture Stadium. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's upstairs. Count 1-1. And David Harris would be on deck. Harris drove in the lone RBI of the game. The second run scored via a wild pitch as Sundberg came in from third. So it's Sundberg from third, Wolanski from first. 1-1, check swing at a pitch in the dirt. And he held up. Count 2 balls and 1 strike now on Jared Walker. This will be the 81st pitch of the evening for Daniel Corsino. I'm Austin Rooney. Glad you decided to join us on a Thursday evening. A lot of sports going on between NHL Conference Finals. Had some NBA Finals yesterday. Some college baseball starting back up tomorrow. We've got Blue Crabs baseball here today. 2-1 pitch, big wave and a miss. It's a pitch low in the dirt. And the count 2-2. So Corsino evens things up. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. And the Blue Crabs trail by 2 in the bottom of the 5th. It's Corsino who gets the sign from Blake Swihart. Former big leaguer. Was in the Red Sox organization as a prize prospect at one point. 2-2 pitch. That's low in the dirt. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes. He was supposed to work with Christian Vasquez. Vasquez, of course, still with the Red Sox, and Swihart was more or less an everyday player with the Red Sox. Played a lot of outfield, caught from time to time, and he's sort of in a similar position here with the Legends. He was out in right field for game 1. Well, the count is now full on Walker. 3-2 pitch upcoming from Corsino with runners on first and third and 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive, right field. It falls for a base hit. Sundberg scores from third. They're going to wave around Wolanski, and now he pulls on the brakes. An RBI single from Jared Walker, and the Blue Crabs are back within 1. It's a 4-3 ball game in the bottom of the 5th inning, and the Blue Crabs aren't done yet. They still have runners on the corners with 2 outs. A big hit in a big spot from Jared Walker. He's now 3 for 3 today as he rips a single down the first base line. It was nicely cut off from Irvin, prevented that from being extra bases. You'd have to wonder if this is going to be the end of the road. It's not the manager, P.J. Phillips, just a meeting at the mound for the Lexington Legends. And they're going to stick with Daniel Corsino. Well, Jared Walker singled to right field. Runners on first and third with 2 outs. It's Lexington 4, it's Southern Maryland 3. Andres Briseño continues to throw in the Blue Crabs bullpen. And at this point, you'd probably imagine Mitch Lampson's evening is over. When he was just sort of tossing the ball, Briseño was, maybe not, as the first pitch is low and away for ball 1 on Harris. Count 1 ball and no strikes. When he was tossing it, I would have bet on Lampson coming back in this game, but in what's been an extended bottom of the 5th inning, have a hard time believing Briseño is not coming in, which would mean Lampson would be finished after 5 innings and 106 pitches. He went 131 in his last start against York in a complete game, allowing 1 run, striking out 13. The 1-0 pitch, breaking ball. Harris was wildly out ahead of it, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike now on the righty. David Harris hitting .317 on the season. Everybody's seen the power. There's no question about that. Hit 3 home runs in a game last season. He's got good contact as well, but he is prone to strikeouts. 1-1 pitch is low and away. Count 2 balls and 1 strike on the righty. Legends 4, Blue Crabs 3. 2 in the first and 2 in the second for the Legends. 1 in the first, 1 in the third, and 1 in the fifth for Southern Maryland. And they're still threatening, with Sundberg from third and Wolanski from first. Or I beg your pardon, it's Wolanski from third and Walker from first. Sundberg has scored his third run of the game. 2-2 pitch, 2-1 pitch, I beg your pardon. Swing and a miss, count 2 balls and 2 strikes. A trio of consecutive singles for the Blue Crabs. But they still trail this game by 1. And to think that Jack Sundberg has scored all 3 runs for the Blue Crabs. Southern Maryland would like to change that, though, here in the 5th with Wolanski off of third. This one, swinging a hot shot over to short. It's the shortstop, Geraldo, who tosses to second in time for the final out. A hard hit, one hopper, but it's right at Geraldo, which ends the 5th inning. The Blue Crabs not quite done yet, but they trail by 1 at the end of 5. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
This is Andrew Riceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Top of the 6th inning, the Legends lead the Blue Crabs 4-3. Well, my prediction, well, it's wrong, as Lamson is back out there to start the top of the 6th. First pitch swinging, it's cut on and fouled off. First base side from Dominic Betancourt. And the count 0-1 on the righty. Well, Brasenio was up and throwing. Looked like he was going to come into this game. 0-1 pitch is low and in. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. And Mitch Lamson doesn't throw that hard. But he'd thrown 106 through 5 innings of work. 1-1 pitch. That's low and in again. Count 2 balls and 1 strike on the righty Betancourt. Top of the 6th inning and what's going to be a 7-inning game as part of the doubleheader, as long as we don't have extra innings. Game 2 will start 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. 2-1 pitch, swinging a ground ball toward the middle. Nicely fielded by Baca. The spin and the throw. He got him. Oh, what a play. Baca ranging up the middle, fielded on the forehand. He spun and threw across the diamond to first, and there's 1 away. Well, if there's any way to test out that infield dirt, it's on a play like that. You have to go 100% as you're fielding that ball and spinning and throwing. Well, there is 1 away now in the top of the 6th. An impressive play at short to retire Dominic Betancourt. This is TK Kuntz. First pitch from Lamson. That's up and away. Count 1-0. Kuntz went down swinging back in the second. He went down looking here in the fourth. 1-0. Cut on and foul back overhead. Count 1 strike now on Kuntz. Kuntz was recently added to this roster. It was just yesterday. It's part of an abundance of new additions. 1-1 pitch. A little bit low and away. Count 2 strike. TK Kuntz added to this team because of a number of players who were added to the inactive list due to illness. So a number of Legends players aren't here. They had to pick up some new players. 2-1, swinging a topper down the third base line. Rolls foul over toward Alex Crosby. And the count 2 strikes. The Blue Crabs will leave tomorrow morning for a 3-game set at Charleston. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday series. 2-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball over towards short. A more routine play for Baca, but he's got a hard throw, but he beats the speedy Kuntz for the second out. A pair of 6-3 putouts to start at the top of the 6th. And here comes Gerald McDade, the designated hitter. Well, Mitch Lamson has 9 strikeouts across 5 2/3 innings. He's thrown 115 pitches. There is more action in the Blue Crabs bullpen. Tough to tell exactly who's out there, though. No longer Roseno throwing. First pitch, big wave and a miss from Gerald McDade. Took a hard hack at that one. The count 0-1. It's upstairs, just a little above the belt. 4-3 Legends still. 0-1. Swinging a foul ball, first base side. Floats out of play, and the count 0-2. 2 in the first, 2 in the second for Lexington. 1 in the first, 1 in the third, 1 in the fifth for the Blue Crabs. They've been chipping away slowly at that Lexington advantage. 0-2 pitch, up and away, count 1-2. Lamson set. 1-2 pitch. DeLuca setting up high. The pitch swinging a foul ball. First base side. Out of play. Count stays at 1 strikes. Joe DeLuca, the catcher for the Blue Crabs, one of 2 catchers as he works with Ryan Haug. The 1-2, a check swing, he went around. McDade goes down on strikes. Double-digit strikeouts for Mitch Lamson, his 10th of the evening. He's done extraordinarily well. It's a rebound from 4 runs over the first 2 innings. The last 4 have been scoreless for Lamson as he retires. The Lexington Legends in order in the top of the 6th. We go to the bottom of the 6th. And the Blue Crabs still chasing. They're down by 1. Stick with us.
This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Top of the 6th inning, it's Alex Crosby who will lead things off for the Blue Crabs. Southern Maryland trails 4-3. 5, 6, and 7 due up. This is arguably the 3 best hitters in the Blue Crabs order between Crosby, Lee, and DeLuca. But they're 0 for 6 today with 4 strikeouts. First pitch is up and away. Count 1 ball and no strikes on Braxton Lee. New pitcher in the game, it's Yaramil Geraldo. Geraldo has a 7.30 ERA, and it's all been defined by 1 bad appearance. 1-0 pitch, that's inside, count 2-0. Across 12 and a third innings, he's allowed 12 hits and 10 runs. 6 of those hits and 6 of those runs came back on May 31st when he did not get a single out and allowed 6 runs on 6 hits. 2-0 pitch, that's up and away, count 3-0 on Braxton Lee. Lead to be, I beg your pardon, that's on Alex Crosby. Lee on deck, 3-0 pitch. Called strike on the outside corner, count 3-1. Well, Alex Crosby in his last at bat, flied out to center field. He grounded into a 4-6-3 double play in the first inning, ended a rally for the Blue Crabs. 3-1, swinging a foul ball back to the netting behind home plate. Count goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Crosby at risk of having his 10-game hit streak come to an end. It's the longest active streak for the Blue Crabs. 15-game hit streak, the longest this year, set by David Harris earlier. 3-2, big wave and a miss, struck him out. Crosby was ahead in the count, 3 balls and no strikes. But the relief pitcher, Yaramil Geraldo, has found the strike zone and fans Crosby on the next 3 pitches. 1 away, bottom of the 6th inning. In those 5, 6, 7 spots where you've got a former big leaguer in Braxton Lee, you've got Joe DeLuca, who started his time with the Blue Crabs red hot, and Alex Crosby, who's on a 10-game hit streak. The first pitch is away, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. The 3 of them have now combined 0 for 7 with 5 strikeouts. Base paths are empty. The Blue Crabs trail by 1, 4-3. 1-0 pitch, called strike. Count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Braxton Lee. Walks are not an issue, in general at least, for Yaramil Geraldo. 1-1 pitch, a wave and a miss. On a pitch just off the outside edge, count 1 and 2. In his last 5 appearances, over the course of 4 innings, he's walked just 1 batter. The 1-2, I should say. That's upstairs and away. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Braxton Lee to be followed by Joe DeLuca. Lee 0 for 2. He struck out twice. 2-2. Swinging a foul ball back behind home plate. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, last night, the weather was far too much to play in. Very stormy evening. Thunder and lightning down in St. Mary's County. There was a hurricane, not a hurricane, I beg your pardon, tornado. 2-2 pitch, that's low, below the knees. Count 3 and 2 now on Braxton Lee. Now, there was not just hurricane that came out of nowhere. There was a tornado, though, that touched ground in St. Mary's County. But up in Charles County, didn't have to worry about any of that. There were some thunder and lightning, though. That was quite prevalent around 7 to 4 a.m. 3-2 is swung on and foul back. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes on Braxton Lee. And it all started maybe a few minutes before 7. There was some rain, and then that's when the thunder and lightning really rolled in. 3-2 pitch upcoming from Geraldo. Here's the offering. Swinging a foul tip, deflects off the glove of Swihart. Couldn't quite handle it. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Base paths are empty with one out. Blue Crabs still searching for that tying run. They've been chipping away at the Legends lead gradually. One in the first, one in the third, and one in the fifth. All three of those runs scored courtesy of Jack Sundberg. 3-2 offering. Swinging a foul ball. Third base side over toward the Legends Club. Bounces on top of the roof of the Legends Club, and the count remains 3-2. Legends Club is hosting Beer and Wings Night. All you can eat, all you can drink. It was served from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. today. Geraldo gets a sign from the catcher, Swihart. They'll do it again. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swinging a fly ball deep left center field, but the left fielder Hawkins drifts back just in front of the warning track where he makes the catch for the second out. Very well hit ball the other way from Braxton Lee. In a ballpark in Lancaster that might be off the wall, but here in Southern Maryland, deeper wall out in left center. It's not going to get the job done here. Blue Crabs had a big series offensively down in Lancaster for their last game, or last series, I should say. Blue Crabs swept the Barnstormers. Came into this one having won 5 straight. First pitch, big wave and a miss from Joe DeLuca on a pitch low and in. Count 0-1. Legends 4, Blue Crabs 3. Base paths are empty with 2 outs. There is more action in the Blue Crabs bullpen. I believe that's Bradley Roney. You just never know who's going to come out of the pen when someone like Lamson is on the mound with his ability to throw countless pitches. 0-1 pitches up and away. Count 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. And part of a 7-inning ball game today. Geraldo has come in and retired the first 2 batters. 1-1 pitch called strike. Clips the top left part of that zone. The count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Couple of well hit balls by the Blue Crabs, but Braxton Lee barely hits a long fly out to left. Meanwhile, Crosby did strike out to start the 6th. Count 1-2. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul ball. Count remains 1-2 on the lefty. Quieter crowd than the one that got here at start time. As we close in on 9:40. 1-2 pitch. Swing a high pop up behind home plate. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Joe DeLuca to dig back in as the Blue Crabs look to keep this at a 1-run game from a defensive standpoint. Trying to get back in this game, still trailing by 1 on the offensive end. Joe DeLuca has 3 home runs on the year. The 1-1 pitch, wave and a miss in the dirt, and he strikes out swinging to end the bottom of the 6th inning. Swihart tags him, and that'll do it. We're finished with 6. The Blue Crabs go to the bullpen in the top of the 7th. They're trailing 4-3. Stick with us. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Whether it's Chris Paul, Cliff Paul, Aaron Rodgers, or even the son of a former Blue Crab, Patrick Mahomes, you've seen many athletes endorsing State Farm. That's because your State Farm agent has your back through good times and not so good times. That's why all the Blue Crabs, Daryl Thompson and the whole team, trust State Farm with their insurance needs. State Farm is the company people have trusted for over 99 years to help life go right. Call your local State Farm agent, Greg Conklin, today at 240-776-4289.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, the Blue Crabs do go to the bullpen on the top of the 7th inning. Legends have a 4-3 lead over Southern Maryland, and it's back to the top of the order for the Legends. First pitch swinging from Blake Swihart. It's a high pop-up. The third baseman, Crosby, takes control and makes the catch about 45 feet down the third baseline. There's one away. And Bradley Roney, the pitcher for the Blue Crabs, his numbers don't represent just how well he's pitched this year at times. He has a 6.23 ERA. But his stuff is what really jumps off the screen. He's got a hard fastball, and his breaking ball has a lot of movement to it. Goes with a slider that's in the low to mid 80s. First pitch fastball, a little bit upstairs on the two-hitter. Phillip Irvin, he gave the Legends a 4-3 lead. This one is swung on and fouled off. First base side out of play, or a 4-1 lead, I should say, at the time. In the top of the second inning, nearly hit a home run down the third base line, went just foul on the very next pitch, destroyed a 2-run home run over the Blackstone management side. And the pitch, that one's upstairs. Count 2 balls and 1 strike now on Irvin. In the bottom of the 7th, or the top of the 7th inning, I should say. Base paths are empty. Roney set. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball strike on the inside corner, and Phillip Irvin has some words with the home plate umpire about where exactly that pitch was. You never really know with arguing balls and strikes where that line is. Here's the 2-2 pitch. A little bit inside, count 3-2. The last thing you want to do in a doubleheader like this is get thrown out of the game. Potentially thrown out for next game. This is a Legends team that is already very short-staffed. But Corsino went 5 strong innings. Allowed just 3 runs. And the 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, struck him out. Fastball up and elevated, a foul tip into the mitt of Joe DeLuca. And there are 2 outs here in the 7th. So after a pop out to third, Bradley Roney strikes out Phillip Ervin. Here comes Courtney Hawkins. First pitch to Hawkins, breaking ball. The count 0-1. Hawkins 1 for 3 today. 360 batting average and a 1175 OPS. Oh, 1. Goes fishing for a breaking ball, and the count 0-2. And this is the Bradley Roney that controls his pitches well and shows some of his best stuff. A hard fastball. It's paired with a strong slider. 0-2, runs up and in, check swing, but he managed to hold up. There was some question as to whether or not he swung at that pitch, but with 2 outs, the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes now on the righty. Austin Rooney, happy that you decided to join us on a Thursday evening for the first of 2 in a doubleheader. Originally supposed to start at 5 p.m. Start time pushed back to 7:30 due to field delays. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Struck him out. Was low into the dirt. DeLuca tags him for good measure to end the top of the 7th inning. We go to the bottom of the 7th. It's the last licks for the Blue Crabs. They still trail by 1 at Regency Furniture Stadium. Stick with us.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team. The realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41 plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs. Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles, they'll have you safe at home.
This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, the first pitch is in the dirt, bounces in front of home plate to Matt Hibbert, who leads things off in the bottom of the 7th inning against a new pitcher. It's Austin Adams. Adams has a 5.73 ERA. Hits have been the issue for him. He's allowed 16 hits across 11 innings. He's also walked 4. 1-0 pitch to Hibbert. That's a called strike right down the middle. And the count 1-1 in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Blue Crabs trail 4-3. Lexington with 2 in the first, 2 in the second. The Blue Crabs 1 in the first, 1 in the third, 1 in the 5th. 1-1 pitch way up and in on Matt Hibbert. Count 2-1. So it will be Hibbert followed by Baca and Sundberg. Sundberg has scored all 3 runs today for the Blue Crabs. 2-1 offering, swinging a line drive, left field, base hit. Hibbert on to get things started in the 7th. The left fielder, Courtney Hawkins, throws this ball quickly in towards second base. There's a runner on first base for the Blue Crabs now, and nobody out. Brings up Michael Baca. I would doubt the Blue Crabs opt to bunt him over, but it's not out of the question. So it's Baca at the plate, Sundberg on deck, and Wolanski in the hole. Blue Crabs trailing 4-3. Gonna need some magic to keep this 5-game winning streak alive. The first pitch way up and in on Baca, who showed bunt. Third baseman Marshall was in toward the grass. You have to make sure you play this properly. The Lexington Legends had an issue with bunt coverage in game 1 of this series back on Tuesday evening. And the pitcher Adams tosses over to check on Matt Hibbert. Austin Adams making his 12th appearance of the game, of the season, I should say. 1-0 pitch, called strike at the knees on Baca. And the count 1-1. This is game 1 of a doubleheader. Game 2 starts 30 minutes after the conclusion of game 1. Have to get lineup cards out, take care of a couple other pieces of business. Then it's time to go. Baca showing bunt, pulls back, swings to high fly ball, deep left field. Hawkins back to the warning track. He's in front of the wall where he's under it and makes the catch for the first out. Well, that ball was well hit to deep left field. Baca nearly ended the game with a 2-run home run, but it merely goes down as a fly out, and the Blue Crabs are still chasing the Legends. They trail 4-3 with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Jack Sundberg has reached base 3 times, 1 for 1. He walked in the first, he walked in the 5th. He's dealing with Matt Hibbert on first base as the Blue Crabs look to get back in this ball game. Down by 1, bottom of the 7th. First pitch, that runs inside. Count 1-0. Well, Jack Sundberg has scored all 3 Blue Crabs runs. Jared Walker drove him in the first. He scored on a wild pitch in the 3rd. And Michael Wolanski added an RBI in the 5th. 1-0 pitch, called strike. The count, 1-2. Well, I beg your pardon, just 1-1. The pitch, that runs in. Count 2-2. Or 2-1. Just gonna try to get this count straight for you here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 4-3 Legends over the Blue Crabs. Runner on first base with 1 out. Only playing 7 innings today, so this is like the bottom of the 9th. Sundberg tried to bunt down the 3rd baseline, was going for a base hit that time, but it went foul. And the count even at 2-2. 1 out, runner on first. Blue Crabs trailing 4-3 in the bottom of the 7th inning. The all-important bottom of the 7th. In game 1 of a doubleheader tonight. That will likely span past midnight. 2-1 pitch. Swinging a foul ball back toward the netting. The count, or I beg your pardon, the 2-2 pitch was fouled back, so now it remains 2-2. Hibbert led off the inning with a base hit to left. Sundberg trying to keep the 7th alive here with 1 out and the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Runner was off on the pitch, and it's swung on and fouled away toward the concourse. Fan had it initially, dropped it momentarily, and then picked it back up. The man on the concourse looking to give it to a fan. There aren't any younger fans around as it's late at night. Close in on 10 o'clock. Hibbert from first. He went on the last pitch, but of course called back. 7th pitch of the at-bat. Check swing. It was low. Throw down to second is into center field. Hibbert momentarily took off, but he's now going to stay at second. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes on Sundberg, meanwhile, as he held up on the check swing. The tying run in scoring position for the Blue Crabs in the bottom of the 7th inning. Matt Hibbert, a gutsy move to steal second base with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th inning. The leadoff single, proving important. There is some more action in the Blue Crabs bullpen. That's Matt Latos warming up. Should we need extras? Hibbert from second, 1 out. Full count on Sundberg. Here's the pitch. Called strike 3. Sundberg punched out on strikes here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And there are 2 away now as the Blue Crabs down to their final out in this 5-game winning streak. Michael Wolanski to dig in against a short-staffed Lexington team that scored 4 runs across the first 2 innings. And so far, that's all they've needed. The Blue Crabs with 1 in the first, 1 in the third, and 1 in the 5th. Looking to score in every odd-numbered inning. The pitch to Wolanski, a check swing. They motioned down to first, and the first base umpire said he held up. Count 1 ball and no strikes. 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th inning. We're playing a 7-inning ball game today, as this is game 1 of a doubleheader. Wolanski is 1 for 3 today. He drove in Sundberg back in the 5th. Looking to cap off a strong performance tonight. Austin Adams looking to work out of a jam he's found himself in. This is a swing and a ground ball through the right side, a base hit. Ortega's going to send Hibbert around third. The throw to the plate is not in time. The Blue Crabs tie it in the 7th. An RBI single from the newly acquired Michael Wolanski has tied this game at 4 in the bottom of the 7th inning. The top of the lineup has come through for the Blue Crabs tonight. And here in the bottom of the 7th, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs have scored to tie it at 4. Well, the Legends led this one 4-1 after the 2nd. The Blue Crabs with 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 5th, and 1 here in the 7th. And we are even at 4. Well, I beg your pardon. I think I mentioned that it was Latos warming up in the bullpen. It's actually Andres Briseño. So if this one does, in fact, go to extra innings, and again, the Lexington Legends would start with a runner on second base, it would be Briseño to enter. First pitch to Jared Walker is upstairs. Count 1 ball and 1 ball and no strikes. Southern Maryland 4, Lexington 4. For the first time today, we have a tie game. Well, for the first time since the top of the 1st inning, I guess you could say. Wolanski on first. Here's the pitch to Walker. 1-0 is up and away. Count 2 balls and no strikes. Let's go back over this ball game. 2 runs for Lexington in the first inning. 2 RBI single from Montrell Marshall. The Blue Crabs responded with an RBI single from David Harris in the bottom of the first. A 2-run shot from Philip Irvin in the top of the second gave the Legends a 4-1 lead. 2-0 to Walker is cut on and fouled off. The Blue Crabs cut it to a 4-2 lead when Jack Sundberg scored on a wild pitch back in the third inning. Then in the fifth inning, an RBI single from Michael Wolanski made this a 4-3 ball game. And here in the seventh, Michael Wolanski drives in Matt Hibbert to tie the game at 4. Count 2 balls and 1 strike now, with 2 outs in a 4-4 ball game. Jared Walker's at the plate. The pitcher, Austin Adams, steps off briefly before stepping back on the rubber. Wolanski from first base. Harris on deck. The Blue Crabs looking to complete the comeback. Adams the pitch. That's low and in. Count 3 balls and 1 strike on Walker. Well, the Blue Crabs have been close to a major hit throughout the night, and finally they came through with an RBI single from Michael Wolanski in the seventh. It scored Matt Hibbert from second base, and the Blue Crabs are even at 4. 3 balls and 1 strike now on Jared Walker. Blue Crabs looking to put 2 on with 2 out. And the 3-1 is upstairs. It's ball 4. Runners on first and second now with 2 outs. Well, Walker really does not matter as far as things are concerned here. Walker at first base, as there's now a meeting at the mound. The only runner that matters is Michael Wolanski over at second. As if his run scores, the game's over. So you don't need to add 2. Here in the 7th, Blue Crabs just need to add 1 in a tie game. So it's Wolanski from second. The unimportant runner, Jared Walker, at first. David Harris at the plate with 2 outs. Harris drove in the game, the first run of the game for the Blue Crabs. Back in the first inning. First pitch is cut on and fouled off the catcher's gear of Blake Swihart off the shin guard. And the count, no balls and 1 strike on the right-handed hitter, David Harris. Harris hitting .314 on the year, 1 for 3 today. Southern Maryland looking for him to be the hero. Wolanski scored the game, or drove in the game-tying run. Stands on second base, swinging a ground ball toward the hole. The shortstop gathers over at short. The throw to first is not in time as Harris dives in safely. It was a tough play for Geraldo over at shortstop, fielding it well out and toward the outfield grass. Tried to throw across his body and not in time to get Harris, who dove to first base safely. The bases are now loaded with 2 outs in a 4-4 ball game. No room for error for Austin Adams. Was already thrown 24 pitches and has also surrendered a run on 3 hits. A blown save for Austin Adams, trying to avoid the loss here in the bottom of the 7th. The Blue Crabs 4, the Legends 4, 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th inning. Here's Crosby. First pitch to Crosby. Fastball, big wave and a miss. Count 0-1. Well, Alex Crosby, the last hitter to hit here in the bottom of the 7th regardless. If he hits or gets a walk, the Blue Crabs will win this one 5-4. If he gets out, we move to the top of the 8th. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Austin Adams has grabbed control in this at-bat. He's ahead 0-2. Alex Crosby 0 for 3 today. But he does have a 10-game hitting streak that's on the line. Blue Crabs have scored 1 in the first, 1 in the third, 1 in the fifth, and 1 in the seventh. And now looking to make that a crooked number here in the seventh. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Austin Adams goes upstairs on a fastball. We'll play extras here in game one as we go to the top of the 8th inning from Regency Furniture Stadium. It's the Legends 4 and the Blue Crabs 4. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Whether it's Chris Paul, Cliff Paul, Aaron Rodgers, or even the son of a former Blue Crab, Patrick Mahomes, you've seen many athletes endorsing State Farm. That's because your State Farm agent has your back through good times and not so good times. That's why all the Blue Crabs, Daryl Thompson and the whole team, trust State Farm with their insurance needs. State Farm is the company people have trusted for over 99 years to help life go right. Call your local State Farm agent, Greg Conklin, today at 240-776-4289.
Well, we go to the top of the 8th inning. It's extra innings in a doubleheader, in the first game of a doubleheader, I should say. Top of the 8th inning, a 4-4 ball game. Lexington will start with a runner on second base as Isaias Tejada will step in from the right side. It's Hawkins who leads off of second base. The new pitcher in the ball game is Andres Briseño. First pitch, breaking ball inside. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Well, Briseño comes in with a 0.95 ERA. His whip is a little bit higher at 1.06. The Blue Crabs looking to extend their win streak to 6 games. They were down to their final out in the bottom of the 7th, but Michael Wolanski with a single through the right side tie the game at 4. And now Isaias Tejada steps out. Courtney Hawkins was the final out in the top of the 7th inning. That's the reason he's on second base. He does have a hit today. He singled to right field back in the 5th. 1-0 pitch, called strike. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Tejada. Briseño generally throws mid to upper 90s with a fastball. Sports a curveball that's in the lower 80s. 1-1 offering. Fastball low in the count. 2 balls and 1 strike on Tejada. Now the all-important job for Tejada. Of course, it'd be nice to drive him in, nice to add a base hit. At least move Courtney Hawkins from second base to third. That's priority number 1. 2-1 pitch, curveball called strike. Tejada not a fan of the call. The count 2 balls and 2 strikes. From second base, it's Courtney Hawkins. Here is the 2-2 offering. Swinging a line drive, softly hit over toward the second baseman, Wolanski, who drifts back onto the outfield grass and makes the catch. There's 1 away. It's an all-important first out for a couple of reasons. Of course, it's nice to get Briseño in a bit of a groove here, but more importantly, it prevents the Legends from moving Hawkins to third and then trading a run with an out via a sacrifice fly. Briseño gets a new baseball. We'll use that to pitch against Montrell Marshall, who's coming to the plate for the 4th time tonight. Marshall 2 for 3, had a 2 RBI single back in the first and a double in the third. Looking to drive in yet another run. First pitch low in the dirt. DeLuca gathers. He's not going to throw to third, but the runner, Courtney Hawkins, does advance to third with just 1 out. It's a massive base for Courtney Hawkins, as it's a wild pitch from Endres Briseño that allows Hawkins to go from second to third here in the 8th inning. Blue Crabs infield has moved in. I think DeLuca, if he had gotten to that ball a little bit more quickly, may have had a throw to third base. But Hawkins snags third. 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball called strike on the inside corner on Marshall. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out. Top of the 8th inning. The Legends 4, the Blue Crabs 4. Legends scored 4 runs across the first 2 innings. Since then, the Blue Crabs have chipped away and tied it with 2 outs in the 7th. We're in extras in game 1 of a doubleheader. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and a pitch low in the dirt from Montrell Marshall. The count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Endres Briseño throwing his traditional 95-mile-an-hour fastball. His slider came in at 83 there on the swing and the miss from Montrell Marshall. Infield straight up, but they are in. 1-2, swinging a foul ball first base side. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. When I say straight up, I mean no shift. The defense is not over toward the right side, though Marshall is generally a pull hitter. He drove that RBI double down the left field line. Pitch, swing and a miss. Breaking ball low, below the knees, and Marshall chases. There are 2 away in the top of the 8th. And Montrell Marshall goes down swinging. Meanwhile, Courtney Hawkins remains on third base. The Blue Crabs infield can move back, but they have to deal with Manuel Geraldo. On the season, Geraldo hits .236, but he does have a single today. That came back in the first inning. Runner on third base with 2 outs. Tie game and extras in the top of the 8th. First pitch, breaking ball, called strike. And the count 0-1. And this is the mix of pitches that Briseño has thrived off of. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball blew it by him. Count 0-2. A sizzler at 95.4 miles an hour past the bat of Manuel Geraldo. Meanwhile, it's Hawkins who stands close by the bag at third. Count, no balls and 2 strikes on Manuel Geraldo. I think in theory you'd like to pitch this one out of the zone, maybe go low, but the risk is the runner on third base. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It's up and away. Fastball. And Brasino seemed to miss his target. I don't think he wanted to have it that far outside. It was in the lefty batter's box. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Brasino gets a sign from his catcher, Joe DeLuca. Here's the pitch. Oh, it looked close, but just off the inside edge. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 8th inning. The Legends 4 and the Blue Crabs 4. Andres Brasino trying to shut down the Legends. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, deep right field. Braxton Lee back toward the warning track at the wall. It's gone. A 2-run shot off the bat of Manuel Geraldo. He goes deep off of Andres Brasino. The Legends add 2 in the 8th. They lead this one 6-4 on a 2-run bomb off the bat of Manuel Geraldo. Brasino had the Legends down to their final strike. But it's Geraldo who comes through with a 2-run blast to put the Legends on top 6-4. It's a breaking ball out over the middle of the plate. Caught just too much of the plate. And the Legends now have a 6-4 lead. Well, the Blue Crabs throughout the ball game clawed their way back into this one, but in the top of the 8th, 2 runs on a 2-run blast. As the first pitch is a called strike and the count 0-1. Well, Brasino has only allowed 4 runs on the season. Both have come from 2-run home runs. 0-1 pitch, cut on and foul back, count 0-2. And this one seems to prove most costly. Blue Crabs now trailing 6-4. He had such great command of his pitches prior to the home run ball. It was everything that he's known for. 96-mile-an-hour fastball, the perfect slider, and the 0-2 pitch is a called strike 3 on Dom Betancourt to end the inning, but not before Manuel Geraldo goes deep to right on a 2-run shot. The Legends now jump on top 6-4. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. The Blue Crabs will try to battle back in the bottom of the 8th.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by, and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
Bottom of the 8th inning, the Blue Crabs are going to have to come back again. They allowed 2 runs in the top of the 8th. They trail 6-4. First pitch to Braxton Lee is low for ball 1. It's Alex Crosby who stands on second base as the inherited runner. The tying run will be at the plate throughout this inning at a minimum. Braxton Lee will be followed by Joe DeLuca and Matt Hibbert. A 2-run shot from Geraldo back in the top of the 8th has given the Legends a 6-4 lead. The pitch, that one ran away. Count 2 balls and no strikes now on Lee, and it's all about the runners on. It's not about that first runner on base. He only needs to score as far as the tying run, as the 2-0 pitch is a called strike on the outside corner. Count 2 balls and 1 strike now. So the important runner is Braxton Lee, or whoever represents that tying run, and then the go-ahead run if that comes to be. But the runner on second base just needs to not run himself into an out. The pitch, swinging a line drive. Up the middle, it's a base hit. Ray Ortega is going to send Alex Crosby to the plate. He will score without a throw. It's a 6-5 ball game as the Blue Crabs get one back. But the most important thing is the Blue Crabs have the tying run over on first base. Braxton Lee comes through for just the first time today. He was 0 for 3 coming into that at bat, but he picks up a big hit. And Joe DeLuca, who's batting from the right side against the new pitcher, Daniel Gibson. And now Braxton Lee represents the tying run. Joe DeLuca represents the go-ahead run. And I think that stealing second base for Lee might be a little ambitious at this point in the ball game with nobody out, but would not be at all surprised to see him steal maybe with 1 out. It's a little bit tougher against a left-handed pitcher who has the preferred pickoff move at first base. 6-5 now in the bottom of the 8th. The Blue Crabs have a tying run on first, I beg your pardon. Ground ball on a bunt to the third base side. Third baseman Marshall had trouble with it. The pitcher gave way to Marshall, and everybody's going to be safe as it rolled under the third baseman, Montrell Marshall's glove. And all of a sudden, this is a 6-5 ball game with the tying run on second and the winning run on first. And that brings up Matt Hibbert. And not exactly sure what's going on. Oh, and it's Stan Clyburn's going to pinch hit or pinch run Ian Yetzko for Joe DeLuca in a critical spot in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Lexington Legends 6, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 5. Tying run on second. Go-ahead run on first for Southern Maryland. And Joe DeLuca had a bunt single down the third baseline. I don't think anybody saw Joe DeLuca bunting the ball, but he did just that. And he ran it out. DeLuca has some of the most pop in this lineup. On to the 8-hitter, Matt Hibbert, with runners on first and second and nobody out. The Blue Crabs trail by 1. He bunts down the third baseline. It's a foul bunt. The third baseman, Montrell Marshall, is playing in on the grass. And I know the Blue Crabs would take second and third with 1 out. That was the whole goal with the 8-hitter, Matt Hibbert, bunting. He had a single his last at bat, though. Drove one into left field. Infield is largely in. He shows bunt. He pulls back. He takes a ball on a pitch that was awfully close, just off the outside corner. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike now on the righty. Braxton Lee led this inning off with a single. It scored Alex Crosby, who was the inherited runner on second base. The next batter, Joe DeLuca, bunted and picked up a single down the third baseline. He shows bunt again, and Hibbert bunts foul again. And now behind in the count 1 and 2. The thing you need to do here is produce contact. The only thing that the Blue Crabs are not looking for with regard to contact, you don't want to ground into a double play ball, but basically anything else, you're just looking for contact. Blue Crabs trail by 1 in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Legends 6, the Blue Crabs 5. Southern Maryland with the tying run on second, the go-ahead run on first. Nobody out. 1-2 pitch upcoming to Matt Hibbert. Here's the offering. That's inside. Ball 2. Count 2-2. Well, some of those Legends fans and players were looking for a strike 3 call. Well, Daniel Gibson hasn't thrown all that many pitches, but he's allowed 2 hits already. This will be just his 10th pitch of the inning. He surrenders what goes down as an unearned run. Matt Latos warming in the bullpen in case it's necessary for him to come into this ball game. 2-2, swing and a miss, breaking ball, and Hibbert swings over it. There's 1 away in the bottom of the 8th inning. Well, you want a major strikeout, you just got one. There's 1 out, and Michael Baca comes to the plate. Well, now the Blue Crabs will need a base hit to score the run. As we near 10:30 in the evening. We've got another game to play after this. First pitch runs inside on Baca. The count 1 ball and no strikes. Michael Baca 0 for 3 today. As he comes to the plate for his 4th at bat, hitting .235 on the year, coming off of a very impressive road trip where he was 19 for 54. Good for a .350 batting average. And the pitcher, Daniel Gibson, steps off as there's a game of cat and mouse going on between the shortstop, Manuel Geraldo, and the runner on second base. It's Braxton Lee. Runners on first and second in the bottom of the 8th inning. 6-5. The Legends lead. The Blue Crabs trying to come back. Oh, the 1-0 pitch, a breaking ball, and Baca was way out in front of it. Totally fooled him on the pitch from Daniel Gibson. The Blue Crabs have won 5 in a row. They needed some magic in the 7th. They got it. But the tides turned against them. In the top of the 8th, a 2-run shot from Manuel Geraldo has given the Legends a 6-5 lead. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Baca. Braxton Lee leads off of second base. Pitch from Gibson. Low into the dirt, nicely blocked by Blake Swihart. And that's one of the moves from Major League catcher, not letting that ball skip away from you, which would give Braxton Lee the opportunity to advance to third base with only 1 out. But Baca ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. He's been seeing a lot of breaking balls, back-to-back breaking balls after he was way ahead of the last pitch. Gibson 90 miles an hour on the fastball, 75 on the curve. The pitch, swing and a miss on another curveball. Gibson feeding Baca a consistent diet of curveballs as he's swinging through them. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out. Bottom of the 8th inning, the Blue Crabs trailing by 1. They need some matches. 0 for 4, 0 for 3 so far. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss and a pitch in the dirt. 2 outs. Well, the Blue Crabs had 2 on with nobody out, but back-to-back strikeouts now from Daniel Gibson, and there are now 2 on with 2 out, and that sends Jack Sundberg to the plate. Raul Shah. Oh, it looks like Shah's going to pinch hit for Jack Sundberg. This is an interesting call. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. Well, Raul Shah comes up in the most meaningful of times. And Shaw has hit much better at home than he has on the road. Raul Shaw hitting .310 at home, just .208 on the road. And he had a critical 3-run shot prior to what was a tough road trip for Shaw, just to be completely honest. Was hitting just under 140 across that road trip. He has 2 on with 2 outs. Hit a 3-run shot over the mini monster against the Ducks to walk it off. Or I beg your pardon, that tied the game and put it to extras. The Blue Crabs ended up losing that game in extra innings, though. Pitch to Shaw, low in the dirt, checked his swing, did not go around. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Michael Wolanski's on deck. Wolanski singled in the tying run back in the 7th inning. But for now, 2 on, 2 outs, a 6-5 Legends lead. Pitch, that's outside, 2-0. Well, Crosby started the inning on second base. It was an RBI single from Braxton Lee. Drove him in. Joe DeLuca then bunted down the third base line. It was supposed to be a sacrifice bunt, I believe, but he reached anyway. Credited with a single. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. With nobody out, I should say. But Hibbert and Baca then went down swinging consecutively. And now there are 2 outs with runners on first and second. Raul Shaw looking to be the hero. Base hit would likely tie it. Extra bases would win it. 2-0 pitch. Swinging a ground ball. Third base side deflects off the bag. It's a fair ball. Everybody's going to be safe. The bases are now loaded with 2 outs. Oh, talk about a weird hop of hops as a ground ball down the third base line allows Raul Shaw to reach, and it advances Braxton Lee to third. The bases are loaded in the bottom of the 8th inning. Michael Wolanski to the plate. 2 outs. And a 6-5 ball game. Jared Walker on deck if necessary. The only way he would come to the plate is if Wolanski earned a base and they couldn't send Yetzko home from second. The first pitch called strike on the inside corner. Wolanski clearly not a big fan of that call. But the count is 0-1. Wolanski 2 for 4 today. He drove in the tying run back in the bottom of the 7th. Count 0-1 now on the righty. Gibson set. Here's the pitch. Check swing. He held up. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike on the right-handed hitter, Michael Wolanski. Well, Daniel Gibson worked himself into trouble, but struck out a pair at the bottom of the order. Got Hibbert swinging. He got Baca swinging. But allows another base hit to Raul Shaw on what was really just a bad bounce for the Legends. The pitch. Oh, it's a called strike. Looked a little bit low and away, but a called strike nonetheless. And the count 1-2. Blue Crabs down to their final strike. They trail 6-5. Tying run 90 feet away. Go-ahead run on second base. And Michael Wolanski at the plate. Daniel Gibson set. 1-2 pitch. That's away. Count 2-2. Lexington scored 2 in the first, 2 in the second, and 2 in the 8th. The Blue Crabs, 1 in the first, 1 in the third, 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 7th, and 1 here in the 8th. And the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. The bases are loaded, but the Blue Crabs down to their final strike. Here's the pitch. That's inside, ball 3, and Daniel Gibson cannot believe it. He thought he had strike 3. The catcher, Blake Swihart, thought he had strike 3. Instead, everything's full. The count is full. The bases are full. It's a 6-5 game in extras in the bottom of the 8th. It doesn't get much bigger than this in extra innings. Gibson set. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Check swing. Did he go? He did not. It's ball 4. The Blue Crabs have tied the game as Daniel Gibson walks in a run. And that brings up Jared Walker. And the pitcher, Daniel Gibson, cannot believe it. He said he thought it was strike 3 on the previous pitch. He thought he went around on that last pitch. But Michael Wolanski has walked. It forces in a run, and this ball game is tied. Blue Crabs still have the bases loaded, though. Braxton Lee comes in from third base. Ian Yetzko on third base for now. Blue Crabs' 5-game win streak remains alive for now. As Jared Walker digs in. First pitch, that's inside. Count 1 ball and no strikes. We've got a 6-6 ball game on our hands. Yetzko, who pinch ran for DeLuca, is on third base. Raul Shah on second. The pitch, that's inside. Count 2-0. Gibson's generally had good control, but he walks in Michael Wolanski on a couple of questionable calls. The Blue Crabs got the benefit of the doubt, though. So Shah from second. His runner, he does not matter, though, as the runner, as this one is swung on and fouled off over toward the concourse level. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. The all-important runner is Yetzko. If Yetzko scores, the game is over. So Shah, he only matters as far as making this a force, which would mean another walk would walk in a run. And Walker ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Walker 3 for 3 on the day. He walked his last time up. He's driven in a run already. 2-1. Whoa, big wave and a miss. Breaking ball, a little bit below the knees. Massive pitch from Daniel Gibson to even the count at 2-2. Wolanski at first. Shah at second. Yetzko at third. 2 outs. Bottom of the 8th inning. It's extras in game 1 of a doubleheader. Gibson is set. The 2-2 pitch to Walker. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. We'll go to the 9th. We keep on playing as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs leave the bases loaded. They score 2, though. This ball game is tied, and Matt Latos looks like he's coming in for the top of the 9th inning and a tie ball game. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. You can't go anywhere. It's a blast. It's a 6-6 ball game.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team, the realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41 plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs.
Well, for those of you who've decided to join us tonight, you've gotten yourself into a good one. Top of the 9th inning. This is as game 1 of a doubleheader. Runner on second base to start things out. First pitch is bunted foul from the leadoff hitter, T.K. Kuntz. Count 0-1. Betancourt leads off of second base. It's a 6-6 ball game. We'll run back through it after this pitch. Count 0-1. New pitcher in the ball game. It's Matt Latos, the Blue Crabs closer traditionally. But he pitches in the top of the 9th with a tied ball game. Also has to deal with a runner on second. Kuntz tries the bunt again, but he bunts foul. And the count 0-2. Well, in the 8th inning, it's a 2-run home run from Manuel Geraldo the other way. It scored the inherited runner, Courtney Hawkins. The Blue Crabs responded, though, in the 8th, scoring 2 of their own. The bases were left loaded, though. Latos the pitch. Bunt right back in front of home plate. Latos fields, makes a quick throw to first. And no, it gets by Walker. That's going to score the run. Everybody's safe. Latos threw to first. His throw to Jared Walker was offline. And 1 run scores. It's the inherited runner, Dom Betancourt, from second. And now T.K. Kuntz on first base as well. It's going to go down, I'd imagine, as an E1 against Matt Latos. Raul Shah remains in this ball game. He goes to second. There were a few defensive changes, as the first pitch is a swing and a foul ball back to the screen. Count 0-1 now on the 9-hitter, Gerald McDade. We're going to try to get you the changes as soon as we can. Shaw remains in the game at second. Wolanski from second to third. Baca remains at short. It's Alex Crosby at first base. Well, the first pitch, or the 0-1 I should say, is up and away. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. It's now a 7-6 lead for the Lexington Legends. As the run came around and scored, Dom Betancourt from second is the inherited runner on a bad throw from Latos. 1-1, a big swing and a miss. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes now on McDade, who's 0 for 3 today. You really never know who's going to come up in crunch time. 1 for 18 on the season now for McDade. Latos set. 1-2, swinging a ground ball over toward third. Fielded by Wolanski, double clutch, throw to first is in time. So 1 out. A throwing error is charged to Matt Latos for the run that came around and scored. Meanwhile, Kuntz to second on the ground out to third. So a runner in scoring position. And here comes Blake Swihart. Well, the real heart of this order, well, no pun intended, really is 2, 3, 4. And it's headlined by Courtney Hawkins. You don't want to forget about Marshall or Geraldo either, who've had big games. But Swihart is the leadoff man. He's had a tough year, but again, anybody in any given spot could come through. First pitch upstairs, ball 1. I wouldn't have thought Andres Brasino, who had 2 outs, was going to end up allowing that 2-run shot. One out. Called strike. Count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Swihart. Well, happy you've decided to join us on a terrific evening in Southern Maryland. Latos set. 1-1 pitch, low and in. Count 2 balls and 1 strike as we approach 11 o'clock. It's 10:47. Runner on second base, 1 out. 7-6 Legends. They scored that go-ahead run on a throwing error from Matt Latos. 2-1 pitch. Swinging a foul ball back behind home plate. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes now on Blake Swihart. The Blue Crabs have responded at every turn, but they're going to have to make up another run in the bottom of the 9th. A tough task for this batting order that's just been called upon so many times. 2-1 pitch, swinging a line drive, right field is going to score another run. And extra bases now for Blake Swihart. I beg your pardon, they're going to hold him at first, but it's an RBI single. That scores TK Kuntz, and now it is an 8-6 ball game. The Legends are the ones who have responded every time the Blue Crabs have come back to tie it. 2 runs now in the top of the 9th inning, and Lexington is back on top. The Blue Crabs have their work cut out for them in the bottom of the 9th, but the Legends aren't done yet. Have a runner on first base with 1 out. It's an 8-6 ball game. Kuntz scores on the RBI single from Blake Swihart. First pitch called strike on Phillip Irvin. Well, as I said, any player in any given time, and in this case, it's Blake Swihart who comes through on an RBI single down the right field side. Braxton Lee got the ball in quickly, held him to only a single. The 0-1 pitch is low in the dirt. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. And when I talk about the Blue Crabs bats just having to constantly respond, it's in a situation like this when the Blue Crabs clawed their way back from down 4-1 to tie it at 4. Went down 6-4 on the top of the 8th. Picked up 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th. But now have to score at least 2 more. This one swinging a foul tip off the mitt of Joe DeLuca. Count 1 and 2. The Blue Crabs 6, the Legends 8, top of the 9th inning. Run back through this one. 2 for the first for the Legends, 2 for the second for Lexington. The time they had a 4-1 lead. Are a couple other defensive changes. We'll get to those in just a minute. 1-2 pitch, low and away, count 2 and 2. It's actually Ryan Haug who's doing the catching now for the Blue Crabs. He came in for Joe DeLuca, who was doing the catching. Blue Crabs shifted a number of things around. Ian Yetzko came in for Joe DeLuca behind the plate, or as a pinch hitter, and then Haug took his spot. And meanwhile, Walker has moved to left field, and Hibbert has exited the ballgame. 2-2 pitch, check swing, they motion down to first, and he didn't go. Blue Crabs fans were looking for a swing, but all night over at first base, we haven't heard anything that's resembled an umpire saying it's a swing. Christopher Riddle has been called upon time and time again, and every time Riddle has said no swing. Benefited the Blue Crabs in the bottom of the 8th, and it benefits the Legends here. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes on Phillip Irvin. Runner on first base and 1 out already. The pitch, it's low in the dirt. And ball 4. Swihart to second, Irvin to first. Runners on first and second with 1 out. Well, Latos has run into some trouble. No doubt about that in the top of the 9th. The inherited runner scored immediately. It was Dom Betancourt who started on second base. TK Kuntz bunted, or a slow ground ball actually back to the mound. Latos fielded. He threw to first. Throw was offline. Allowed Kuntz to reach and Betancourt to score. First pitch swinging now. Fouled away, first base side on Courtney Hawkins. Hawkins could really put this game to bed, though, with a big hit here. He's hitting .357. He has 15 bombs. Blue Crabs, though, already have their work cut out for them at the plate. 0-1 pitch, low in the dirt, blocked by the catcher Haug, in the count 0-2. Now the Blue Crabs have 6 runs on 12 hits. For Lexington, 8 runs on 9 hits. They've gotten the big hit. That's been the difference tonight. A pair of home runs for Lexington have gotten the job done. The Blue Crabs have played small ball tonight. And that's really the offense for the Blue Crabs for the most part. There's some bigger power hitters like Walker and DeLuca, but for the most part, this is a contact-first team. 0-2 pitches low in the dirt, count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Remember, fans, Game 2 is scheduled to follow 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. The Blue Crabs have gotten timely hits as well in the 7th inning with runner on second base and 2 outs. It was Michael Wolanski who singled through the right side to tie the game. Blue Crabs have kept that 5-game winning streak alive a couple of times, but looks in more jeopardy than ever here. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss on a breaking ball, low and away. And there are 2 away. So Courtney Hawkins goes down on strikes. And Isaias Tejada comes to the plate. Well, I mentioned earlier, it's the heart of the order, 2-3-4. And Urban did pick up a walk, but it was actually Swihart who got the job done. TK Kuntz at the bottom of the order, who reached on an error, allowed the run from Dom Betancourt to come around and score. And that error proving very costly right now. First pitch swinging, high fly ball, deep center field. Sends Hibbert way back to the warning track. It gets by him, and a pair of runs are going to score. The Legends are going to take a 4-run lead as Hibbert couldn't track that ball down in straightaway center. It's now 10-6 on a big-time fly ball to straightaway center field. And it is a 10-6 lead. There's a runner on second base, Tejada for Lexington. He came through in the biggest of moments, and now the Legends may have just run away with this ball game. 10-6 Lexington. First pitch called strike on Montrell Marshall. 30 minutes between the end of Game 1 and the start of Game 2. This pitch gets a little bit away from Ryan Haug. As the count 1 ball and 1 strike, I should say, on Montrell Marshall. From second base, it's Isaias Tejada. Swihart scored, Urban scored, and we've got some more baseball after this. Our trivia question in Game 2 will be about the latest finish time here at the Reg in history. The pitch runs low and away for ball 1 on Montrell Marshall. We've got 9 innings already in the books. We'll have 7 more after this. On a clear evening in Southern Maryland. Be interested to see how many fans are going to stick around for Game 2 and brave out the deep night, the 2-0 pitch, or the 2-1 pitch, I should say, cut on and missed. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes now on Montrell Marshall, who hit the all-important, or I beg your pardon, he struck out last time, was Manuel Geraldo, who's on deck with the all-important 2-run shot in the 8th. But the Legends may have just run away with this one. 2-2 pitch. It's away. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Latos has not been charged with an earned run. He has surrendered 4 unearned runs, though, here in the 9th. Looking to retire Montrell Marshall, who has 2 hits in the game, double and a 2 RBI single back in the first. But the Blue Crabs way behind the 8 ball. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss. And he goes down on strikes, but the Blue Crabs surrender 4. They trail 10-6 on a flurry of hits, including a 2 RBI double from Isaias Tejada to give the Legends a 10-6 lead. Stick with us in the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. The Blue Crabs look to bound to come back.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team, the realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, the Blue Crabs surrender 4 runs in the top of the 9th inning as the Legends have jumped on top 10-6. To say the Blue Crabs have their work cut out for them would be an understatement, as David Harris enters the ball game against Winston Lavendier. First pitch upstairs, count 1 ball and no strikes. 10-6 Legends. Blue Crabs offense has been there at every turn of the pass, but this one might be a bridge too far. 1-0, pitch is a called strike on Harris, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. 4 unearned runs surrendered by Matt Latos, first of which was the inherited runner, Dom Betancourt, but from there an error, a throwing error from Latos over toward first base. 1-1 pitch, called strike, count 1-2. Allowed Kuntz to reach, it allowed Betancourt to score. And there were 2 outs when Isaias Tejada hit his 2 RBI double. And that wouldn't have happened, it would have been 3 outs already. First pitch, so the 1-1 pitch, swinging a high pop-up, shallow right field, long run. This ball is going to drop in foul territory. Meanwhile, over on second base, it's Jared Walker as the Blue Crabs inherited runner. 1-2 count on Harris. Meanwhile, Alex Crosby on deck will be followed by Ryan Haug, who came in as a defensive replacement for the pinch runner Ian Yetzko. Blue Crabs have no bats left on their bench. This is it. 1-1 runs way up and in. Or I beg your pardon, the 1-2 runs way up and in. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's a long evening here in Waldorf, Maryland. It's only going to get longer. Game 2 is expected to start 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. 2-1, 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Harris goes down swinging, and there is one away. Alex Crosby to come to the plate. Runner on second base, one out. 10-6 Legends. In the bottom of the 9th inning, the Blue Crabs surrendered 4 runs in the top of the 4th. First pitch swinging, a high pop-up, foul territory. It's going to fall right overhead. It's coming toward us in the press box. Count no balls and 1 strike now on Alex Crosby. If you stick with us on the broadcast for Game 2, we will bring you a new trivia question. It'll be a lot of fun. Runner on second base, 1 out. Here's the pitch, low and away. One away in the top of the 9th. Count 1 ball, 1 strike on Alex Crosby. Some fans asking, well, does it help anybody to have a game at midnight? Well, the reason that the Blue Crabs are getting these games in is the 1-1 is swung on and fouled off overhead. Count 1 and 2. Is the Blue Crabs don't play Lexington again this year. So they'd have to figure out a way to make up this game at some point. It would probably happen when Lexington is near here, but it would have to be within range of an off day on a Monday as the 1-1 pitch is cut on and fouled off, third base side out of play. This game a 7-inning game to start, but we find ourselves in the 9th as the Blue Crabs and the Lexington Legends have gone to extras. The Legends put up a massive top of the 9th inning, scoring 4 runs. 1-2 to Crosby, swinging a high pop-up, shallow left field. It's the shortstop, Geraldo, out there toward the outfield grass where he makes the catch for the second out. 2 away now in the bottom of the 9th. The Blue Crabs bullpen has faltered tonight. Starting pitching was quite strong, in fact. Mitchell Ampson went 6 innings of work. It was Bradley Roney who came into the 7th and pitched a clean 7th. But the 8th and 9th have not gone the Blue Crabs' way, and they're down to their final out now. No longer trailing by just 1 or 2. They're trailing by 4 runs, 10-6, after a back-breaking 4-run inning from the Legends in the top of the 9th. But we're not done after this. 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1, we will start Game 2. Let's run it back. We'll do it again. This one gets away from the catcher, Swihart. Allows Walker to advance to third base on the 0-1 pitch. Count 1 ball and 1 strike for Braxton Lee, who drove in Alex Crosby back in the 8th inning. It was the bottom of the 8th, and the Blue Crabs put up a major rally. Crosby started on second base. Braxton Lee drove in the run. Line drive up the middle. The Blue Crabs had the bases loaded and 2 outs. Could not add another run. Swan swinging a high fly ball left field. Playable for Hawkins, who takes a few steps over to the line and makes the catch for the final out. The Lexington Legends snap the Blue Crabs' 5-game winning streak in a marathon game. The Blue Crabs lose this one 10-6. We've got a very tight turnaround. Not going to be able to give you a post-game show as we need to get lineups to you for Game 2 of this doubleheader. I'll give you just a brief look at the winning and losing pitchers. It was Corsino who went 5 innings. He's not going to get credit with the win or the loss. It's Lavendier who gets credited with the win. The loss goes to Matt Latos, allowing 4 unearned runs in the 9th inning. It's the Lexington Legends who come out winners. They beat the Blue Crabs 10-6. The Blue Crabs out-hit the Legends 12-10. We'll give you just a couple of players who had a big game Wolanski 2 for 4. He drove in 2 runs. Walker 3 for 4. He drove in 1. Harris drove in the first run of the ball game. He was 2 for 5. DeLuca 1 for 4. Lee 1 for 5 with a run scored in RBI. Crosby goes 0 for 5 today. Hibbert 1 for 4. And Baca 0 for 4 for the Blue Crabs. It's going to do it for our coverage in Game 1. We're going to start a new stream for Game 2 of this game because of start time issues. So stick with us here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. We're going to have a new game stream up on YouTube for Game 2. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in tonight. And as always, let's go Blue Crabs. We got more action coming your way, though, in just about a half hour.